Show starts in 3 minutes.
When it comes to candy, I'll bet every young man has a secret wish to own a candy store filled to his heart's desire with smooth, rich chocolates, creamy nougats, and chewy caramels. Well, whatever your favorite is, you'll find the Refreshment Center's a heaven of delectable candy just waiting for you to take your pick. So treat yourself to some delicious candy from the Refreshment Center. There's time between shows. Stop in right now.
Show starts in 2 minutes. Show starts in 1 minute.
The progress in engineering technique and the study of streamlining have determined the evolution of the vehicle. From this evolution of modern technique was born the Vespa. Handlebar die-cast in one single piece. Vespa. Monocoque body, as in the modern automobile technique. Vespa. Efficient and comfortable suspension. Vespa. Engine operating directly on the wheel. No chain, no vibrations. Vespa. Vespa, the most sold motor scooter in the world. Vespa. 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 Vespa.
And now, on with the show.
I'm strong and I'm spry, yippee-yay, yippee-I, 'cause I drink T-O-D-D-Y.
Yes, Toddy, the chocolate malt in a can that tastes as good or better than the kind you get at your favorite soda fountain. Made with rich, real milk, not powdered milk.
Man, oh man, it's Toddy for me.
Me too.
Me 3.
Yes, cold or hot, it hits the spot. So toddle to the bar, take it back to the car, get that chocolate malted Toddy. Toddy pleases everybody.
Delicious.
We hope you're enjoying your visit here this evening. Now, on with the show.
seen these signs hundreds of times, and we know automatically what they mean. Here's a name sign. In this case, it's a sign that means me. And I'm here to introduce you to a brand new sign, one I hope you'll grow to understand. It's the new seal of the Motion Picture Association. This seal is part of the self-regulation of the Motion Picture Association. It means that the film displaying the seal is within the creative boundaries of reason and good judgment, and that the theater showing this film supports the code. Occasionally, not often, you will see pictures wearing this sign. They will be pictures dealing with adult themes, and the sign is for the information of parents, so they'll know they must decide for themselves whether they want their children to see these particular films. So watch for this seal. It is both the promise and the symbol of a responsible motion picture industry.
And now, on with the show.
Intermission time. Time for that stretch you've been wanting. And best of all, time to take your pick from that scrumptious array of tasty treats waiting for you at the snack bar, where the popcorn's poppin', the cold drinks are sparkling, the hot dogs are sling, the coffee is steaming, and a luscious treasure of confectionery delights with ice cream and candy and so much more to tempt any taste is waiting for you now at the snack bar. You'll be notified in plenty of time when the next show is about to begin.
And now, on with the show.
It's intermission. Rise and stretch time. Time to refresh yourself and visit our snack bar. Got a yen for hot popcorn? Your favorite soft drinks are sparkling cold. The juicy Frank sizzling hot. There's delicious coffee, freshly brewed, and all kinds of ice cream and candy to tempt you. Showtime will be announced loud and clear to get you back to your car in time. So stretch your legs. Come to the snack bar now.
Here. Now's the time for a bite of cheer. A tasty delight where the price is right. Well, look at here, you'll dig this sight. The moment's handy for a piece of candy. Just name your brand, they're all so grand. Hey, what do you think of a nice cool drink? Or a big box filled with a popcorn thrill? Let your taste buds meet with an ice cream treat. Refresh yourselves, it's time to eat. So come on, folks, let's join the band as we all head for the refreshment stand.
to your favorite drive-in theater and a sparkling new season. Watch our screen and local newspapers for all the fine shows coming this way. Show after show will feature the latest hits, the biggest stars for fun-filled, pleasure-packed evenings. Relax, come as you are, and spend an enjoyable night out with the entire family. No parking problems, no babysitting problems. And there are always tasty snacks at our modern refreshment stand.
Thanks, folks. And once again, welcome back.
Folks, and a hearty welcome to our drive-in theater. We have a wonderful evening's entertainment lined up for you, one that will provide several hours of pleasurable relaxation and diversion for you and your family. Did you fail to dress up for tonight's show? No tie, an old shirt and slacks, a house dress? Well, don't give it a thought. We're glad you came as you are. We just want you to enjoy yourselves. Don't forget to visit our refreshment center during the intermission or any time. You'll love the tasty array of snacks we have to offer. So will the youngsters. Everything is quality and so good. We hope you'll make this a weekly visit. Bring the family. Bring your friends. There are always wonderful new pictures to see, delightful snacks to nibble, a gay, pleasant evening for all. Oh, a word of caution. Don't drive over 10 miles an hour in the theater area for your safety's sake. And Mom or Pop, go with the kids when they leave the car. We hope you have a wonderful time. Come back soon.
Most of us will spend Memorial Day weekend with our families, watching parades, picnicking, golfing, just doing the things we enjoy. To top off a perfect weekend, may we suggest you see our special holiday show. It's an exceptionally entertaining program. So plan to relax and spend a few enjoyable hours with the family at this theater during the Memorial Day weekend.
Refresh yourself. It's intermission time. The concession stand is open and ready to serve you.
It's intermission time, folks, so hurry, hurry, hurry. Step right over to our refreshment center for the most extravagant array of refreshment goodies ever assembled under one roof. Enjoy breathtaking, mouth-watering goodies, everything from a snack to a delicious full meal. At our refreshment center, you'll find a large variety of goodies to satisfy your hunger, your thirst, or your sweet tooth. So hurry, hurry, hurry. Visit our refreshment center now.
There's plenty of time to treat yourself to something good to eat at our refreshment center.
At our refreshment stand, your wish is our command. So the coffee we serve there is pure perfection.
Hi, folks. I'm Rico.
Oh, Nacho.
He's Peppy.
See?
You can find us at the concession stand in the lobby.
Along with all sorts of other tasty goodies.
See? Rico's Nachos, a refreshingly new and different snack discovery. Chock full of high-quality ingredients, crisp, fresh tortilla chips, covered with creamy aged cheddar cheese, topped off with zesty jalapeno pepper rings. Rico's Nachos, out of sight.
Remember, folks, we're the new star at the snack bar. Rico's Nachos, a new taste treat you can't beat.
See? Rico's Nachos, on sale at the snack bar now.
For your convenience, we have an attractive snack stand with buttered popcorn, golden good and hot from the popper, sizzling hot dogs cradled in fresh, fluffy buns, ice cream, and other good things to eat.
Fresh candies, all kinds, all flavors. Cigarettes, America's top brands. Ice cream, smoothly delicious. Burgers with all the fixings. Hot dogs, the way you like them. Freshly buttered popcorn. French fries. Hot coffee. Pizza that's perfection.
Most of us will spend Memorial Day weekend with our families, watching parades, picnicking, golfing, just doing the things we enjoy. To top off a perfect weekend, may we suggest you see our special holiday show. It's an exceptionally entertaining program. So plan to relax and spend a few enjoyable hours with the family at this theater during the Memorial Day weekend.
It's intermission time. The show starts in 10 minutes. Yes, folks, it's intermission time. So how about taking a break? Get out and stretch a little and relax before the show begins again. And why not make it refreshment time, too? We have lots of tasty, delicious treats waiting for you at the refreshment center. There's hot popcorn, so golden good and fresh out of the popper. And all kinds of refreshing ice-cold soft drinks. Sizzling hot dogs just bursting with juicy goodness. Ice cream so smooth and delicious, you'll hanker for more. Plus, all the most popular candy bars and many other favorite treats. So why not visit the refreshment center now? Our courteous attendants are ready and waiting to serve you with a wide and wonderful variety of good things to eat and drink. So step right up and make yourself at home. The show starts in 9 minutes.
Intermission time. Time that stretch you've been wanting. And best of all, time to take your pick from that scrumptious array of tasty treats waiting for you at the snack bar, where the popcorn's poppin', the cold drinks are sparkling, the hot dogs are sling, the coffee is steaming, and a luscious treasure of confectionery delights with ice cream and candy and so much more to tempt any taste is waiting for you now at the snack bar. You'll be notified in plenty of time when the next show is about to begin.
The show starts in 8 minutes.
Fresh candies, the flavors you love. Assorted drinks, your favorite beverages. Hot coffee. Hot dogs the way you like them. Ice cream, smoothly delicious.
The show starts in 7 minutes.
And now, meet the star of our show. Symbol of a treat that quality made famous. America's most famous ice cream treat, Eskimo pie. Creamy, delicious ice cream made even more exciting with smooth, rich chocolate coating. And wearing the label of quality, known the world over. Eskimo pie, the treat you know is tops because it carries its pledge of quality right on the back of the bag. Be sure you save the bags for valuable premiums. Get famous Eskimo pie at our refreshment stand now. It's America's anytime taste treat. Finest ice cream, finest chocolate. It's delicious.
Popcorn hungry, we have it. Kettle from the popper. There are other treats for you, too, such as fresh candies and ice cream. Visit the refreshment center now. Enjoy a delicious snack and ice-cold Coca-Cola.
Music to the ears of the hungry. The sizzle of a mouth-watering hamburger. Fresh, lean beef, done to a golden brown. Couched in a soft bun. And garnished to taste. Man, that's hunger heaven. And you'll feel like you're heaven sent when you get one at our refreshment stand.
Thirsty? Take care of that in a delicious way with one of our ice-cold beverages. You'll find your favorite flavor in our big selection of soft drinks.
Cash. Here's your chance to win some. your treasure card is valuable and may be worth $100 in cash. Each adult admission or 50 cents purchase at the refreshment stand earns a punch on your treasure card. When the card is completely punched out, present it to the theater manager. He will then open the secret panel on the card, and you will receive your treasure award of $1, $5, $10, $20, $50, or $100 in cash. Other prizes include 2 to 10 passes to our lucky patrons. The treasure card is void if the secret panel is tampered with. Remember, every card is a winner. Thousands of dollars in valuable awards. So be sure to take the treasure card with you when you attend this theater, and to the refreshment stand to be punched with every 50-cent purchase. Every card is a winner.
The show will start in 5 minutes.
The big ship foundered on the rocks, but the crew all got ashore. Then Fearless Fred dived in again and swam toward the wreck once more.
You'll never make it!
The waves are too high. But he made it back to land.
I had to return to the ship.
He explained.
For my toddy, the chocolate drink that's just grand. Toddy does taste grand. At the snack bar or at your car. During intermission, enjoy a toddy, the delicious chocolate drink in a can. Ice cold or steaming hot, toddy hits the spot with everybody. See how much better that popcorn or those hot dogs taste with toddy. Delicious.
Check, testing 1, fuck it.
No, I said I'd be there, and I'll be there. Well, what do you want me to do? Just walk away? I can't just... oh, excuse me, I gotta go. I'll talk to you later. Bye. Good morning, everyone. How are we? How are you? How are you this morning? I am mentally disturbed. But what's new, right? Yeah. That was a long head there. Well, good morning, everyone. It is a Monday. It's July 14th. We are halfway through, gosh, month number 7 here. And it's a hoot. Ain't it a hoot? It's a hoot. Well, I wonder who's out there today. Hey. Doodly man. Doodly man, doodly man. Well, I think for the first couple of minutes we're just going to sit here. And while I'm thankful I'm still alive, sometimes you wake up in the morning and you wish you were dead. Dead, I say, dead. Let's see, I did that. I did that. I did that. I did that. Looking at the list of things that I had to accomplish last night to get my week finished off here. And last night I came home from, we went and had dinner at my brother-in-law's house. And got back a little late, and I had some dinner. And started a few things here, and then went and watched a show with my wife. I could have just said, no, I got to do this, and stayed over here and done this and gotten done early. But I wanted to hang out, so I hung out with my wife, and we watched an episode of Miss Fisher's Murder Mysteries from Australia. It's a good show. It's a great show. Check it out. Yeah. Totally man. Totally man. Totally man. Oh, my shirt. So, Friday afternoon, I got a call, or rather a text, from Tom. And I've got both Tommy and Tom on Facebook. And Tom shot me a message here and said that they were going to be playing right here in town, just like a couple of miles away. So I'm like, yeah. So I told the girls about it that night, or that day, and said, look, we're going. So get your act together. And so I took a nap and had a shower and got all cleaned up and spruced. And we went, and it was just down the road at just a little speck in the desert called Masomenos. And it's just a little coffee bar. And so my favorite, the Tommy Tom Show, they put on a couple of hours set. We got there a few minutes late, but they did play one of my favorite songs in a medley, Her Butt. Her Butt is eating up her shorts, so you better stand back. It's just a great fucking hilarious song. You can tell that Tommy probably wrote it when she was a little younger. I could just imagine the conversation between her and her father, right? Oh my God, Dad, her butt is eating up her shorts. And he's like, well, write a song about it, right? It was just a great tune. A great tune. So it is Monday Movie Memories. As soon as we get somebody on here, at hopefully between 5:30 and 6, we'll start watching the rest of this JT I'd like to get somebody on here first who might have gone and watched the whole thing, so I can decide if I really, really want to watch it or not. Because there is a cat involved with this kid in the ghetto, and the cat looks a little sickly, and I'm hoping that it goes the way that I want it to, and the guy adopts the cat and the cat gets healthy and they live happily ever after. I don't usually expect something like that. I expect the worst out of humanity. So there you go. I mean, if you're going to find a teddy bear outside of a store, why not it be made of human flesh, right? I mean, I don't know. I just don't know. There's some weird shit going on today. Some weird shit nowadays. I mean, yeah, it was weird when I was when I was a kid, there was weird shit going on, but it was new. It was new. Weird was kind of on the rise. It was a new thing, you know, crazy, bizarre, out of this world type shit. And now it's just out of control. Everywhere you look, some bizarre fucking twisted fuck is doing some weird shit. And you better stand back. I'm telling you, you better stand the fuck back. I'm telling you, buddy. Buddy. We got a new TV guide today. Today's TV guide has the Black Sheep Squadron. This would be Robert Conrad of the Black Sheep Squadron on the front there. It is a rendering, a drawing, if you will. It is a rendering of Robert Conrad, not a photo. So they can get his mouth there, his mouth and his squinty eyes. That's Bob Conrad there. Yeah, not to be confused with William Conrad or Bill Conrad, who did the show Cannon and was the first Matt Dillon on Gunsmoke on the radio. Of course, he didn't transfer well to TV because he was kind of fat. The Fat Man, another TV show that he did was Jake and the Fat Man, right? There you go. There's a show that I haven't gotten to see too much of, Jake and the Fat Man. I don't think it was a long-lived show. And Cannon came out of that era when we had, you know, Barnaby Jones and Marcus Welby and Jim Rockford. Yeah. Yep. So we got a whole bunch of stuff going on this week. I spent a couple hours over the weekend trying to gather my thoughts and put together a week of entertainment that I hope you will enjoy. Today's 4 o'clock film is a movie inspired by last week's experience for my daughter. She went to her first jury duty summons. She had 2 summons before, but it always came when she was in school. And she doesn't let anything disrupt school when she's studying at the college or university. And that's when she got these first 2 summons. So I said, okay, well, just, you know, give them your excuse and get out of it, because you can do that. So she went in and signed in early and did all her stuff on the computer and got out of it twice. And, you know, when can you serve? And she said, well, it's over the summer. From here to here, this is when I can serve. And that's when they got her. And I'm like, okay, good. Do it. Get it out of the way. You're done for a year. They can't ask you until next summer when you're out of school again. So time-wise, her schedule is now set up so that they can't ask her before summer. Cool. She didn't have to serve, although her service is done for a year. All she had to do was go in and do the kind of Q&A thing, right? So in honor of that, my daughter doing jury duty, the 4 o'clock movie is a jury of her peers, and it's about a woman who is found alone at home with her dead husband, and her dead husband was strangled to death, and there's no break-in, and she don't remember nothing. So we're going to see why she's accused of murdering her husband in that film at 4 o'clock today. Tomorrow, we are going to talk about the TV miniseries from public television. The Civil War, the Ken Burns documentary series. One of my favorites. So we're going to talk about that. And another film, A Class Divided. A Class Divided is kind of a great, it's a TV news program. So it's made for this TV news program. It's about a teacher who decides to teach her children about discrimination by turning her class into a laboratory, basically, and telling kids, okay, look, this is what today, the people with brown eyes are like the most important purple, and it's the blue-eyed people that are, and then the next day it's, okay, the people with blonde hair are the least, and so she goes through, and through this experience that she does, she teaches her class about discrimination by having them discriminate against each other for the most ridiculous reasons, right? So that should be interesting. Also on Wednesday, we're going to be discussing the Green Hornet, the radio series. So we're going to listen to an episode of that and talk about it. And then the 4 o'clock movie on Wednesday is Up in Smoke, which is not the Cheech and Chong film. It's about tobacco and the big giant tobacco companies. On Thursday, we're going to look at 8 tracks, and we're going to play around with the guitar. And the 4 o'clock movie is Our Heritage, which is kind of a 4th of July 1976 look at America, right? Just stuff that we didn't get to go through on the 4th of July, so I'm still playing catch up there. And then on Friday, we're going to talk about after-school special activities, things that we did after school. What did we do after school? Where did we go? What's going on there, buddy? And the 4 o'clock movie on Friday is something that's close to my heart. It's a British documentary entitled The Last Days of Living, and it is about exactly that. It is about talking to people during their last days on this earth as they're dying, and what people did. What was hospice like? How did they take care of people 40 years ago, 50 years ago, when they were on the outs, right? So we're gonna have that as a 4 o'clock movie. So there's a lot of heavy stuff, and I've tried to make everything semi-topical, like we had just been talking about the Civil War. So we're doing that. I'm always talking about cigarettes. 4th of July was just happening. Death and mortality. It's just kind of prominent in my life, I guess. So I'm just waiting for some of the morning show irregulars to show up, so I can kind of get into some detail on stuff. I know it's Monday, right? Nobody wants to do anything early on Monday, including myself. I didn't get a nap yesterday because, like I said, we went to my brother-in-law's house, my wife's brother, for dinner. We went for an early dinner because, I got, stuff, obligations that I've obligated myself for. But it was great. The food was fantastic. There was just a mess of food. We brought a mess of food home with us. And we hung out for a few hours. We left before it got dark and got home before dark because I didn't want to be out after dark. I'm not into that anymore unless it's like that's the plan. So we got home last night, and instant gratification with the dogs, like, yay, dogs. And then instant vegetation. I just planted myself in the garden and started working on videos. And I got the weekly program guide and promos and preview and stuff all done, which is those videos are so much, they're just so much fun, you know. Yeah. Let's see, what do we got here? Anything interesting we can look at? Straight arrow. Yeah. What you going to do about it? I don't know. I got the 4 o'clock movie promo for today. That's always nice. Yeah, we can watch that or something. I think I want to talk about split personality this morning. And if nobody shows up, I'm gonna have to be talking to myself. So it'll be easy. Whoa. Whoa. Let me get this back over here. We don't need that right now. I'm gonna try to lay off the bong hits. And what I really want to do is to start rationing my weed supply a little bit more, so I'm not smoking so much, right? I just get into the bong hit thing, and then pretty soon I'm taking a big giant nug and I'm just smoking it all in bong hits, right? And it goes a lot quicker that way. Granted, I do catch a really good buzz that way, which is why I do it. So most of the time I try to use my bat box and my little one-hitter sneak-a-toke thing. And then, like when I really want to catch a good buzz and not just kill some pain, you know, like after I eat or when I want to go lay down or something, then I'll do a couple of really good bong hits. So I did a bong hit this morning already, and I think I'll let that go for now. I couldn't find too much Bill Hicks. I found a little bit of Leonard Peltier. So I'm going to try to work these things into shows. The Video Time Machine, it was a fun one to put together. They're always fun. I always enjoy trying to get all of these elements and organize them and squeeze them into a 2-hour program. 2 hours just seems easier now. I don't have to limit myself as much when I'm doing a 2-hour show. I can do my opening stuff, some music, and my little 15-minute serial program, right? Serialized. And then I can squeeze in commercials and do my shorts, my video shorts. I love my video shorts. Sometimes I've got a lot of commercials, sometimes I got a few. Sometimes I got a lot of movie trailers, sometimes only a few. I like to put in animated shorts and short films. I always got to try to get in a Betty Boop. I don't know what we're going to do when we run out of Betty Boop. Bosco, maybe? I don't know. I'm literally going to have to start keeping a list of episodes of stuff that I use, like Betty Boop, right? I try to take any ed film and short and animated short that I use, and I try to organize them so I bring them in, I use them, and then I file them away so they're no longer available, right? Every once in a while I'll see something and download it and bring it in and make a film out of it and get it ready to put on my channel, and then I'll be like, oh crap, I did that already. Doesn't happen too often. I'm more concerned with reusing elements in a Video Time Machine. Every once in a while I'll use a trailer over again if it's topical or a commercial. I try not to use any heavy material, any music, any shorts, any animated stuff. I try not to use those over and over again unless it's topical, like the 4th of July. I used a few things on the video time machine that I had used before. The animated short 200. That was a great one. Yeah, I want to take a bunch of different elements together and put them all together on one screen and have some stuff come up and stuff, you know, like a TV turn on and the TV go through, you know, some commercials and a program, and then maybe flick off and the radio come on and the radio play a program for a little bit, you know, and then maybe the curtains open and the window behind and we see something happening outside. You know, create a screen, right, one wide screen that has just any number of elements on it where things are happening, things are going on. If you watch my my videos for Dimension X, there I try to utilize that format. I try to put things on the screen that kind of come to life. You know, a television and a lamp and a bong with smoke coming out of it and a cup with steam coming off of it, you know, and just try to create things on the screen that are more interactive, or at least more active, more animated. The X-1 radio series that I put on the channel, that's all that takes place in a space, out in space, the star field coming at you. And I want to try to use that star field idea with the idea of a cockpit, right? And kind of moving through time and space, which is something that I did on the Dimension X one. There was a portal with stuff going on outside. There was a picture photo frame with magazine covers changing, a television. So yeah, I want to like create a room, a digitally created room with things that are alive in the room. Anyway, I think that'd be fun. I've been thinking about that for a while, and I don't know exactly. Maybe I'll try to, when I create an old-time radio show, right? If I create an old-time radio show, and then use that active animated screen, right? Let me write it in a different ink here so it'll stand out with an active screen. With active screen. I'll know what that means. So anywho. Yeah, baby. Oh, yeah. Every once in a while, I just kind of fade back into my sleep mode. Drink more coffee. Coffee good. Wake. I better go heat this up. I'll be right back. Yeah. Like, who cares? Who cares? So I got a stack of records about a foot high sitting in my living room here that I need to put away. Just stuff that's been piling up back here. Yeah. So Friday night, we were out for, I think, about 2 hours, a little bit longer, with the drive and all, because it's just 10 minutes down the road. But we literally got there like 10 minutes late, so we missed the opening. So I'm not sure exactly what songs we missed, but I didn't hear White Rabbit, so it could have been that. And we left just a few minutes early. We left at about 9:30, a little after 9:30, which when it was supposed to end. But I had to get the girls home. We had to go eat, and we did. We went and we got some big old thing of nachos, and brought them home and shared them. And then I took my teeth out. But it was cool. I wish we could have stayed, but you know, I kind of wanted to say hi and introduce Tom and Tommy to my wife and daughter. But you know how it is. So I didn't force it. Yes, sirree, Baba Rooney. Well, I hope everybody is okay out there this morning. Nobody's checked in yet, so I was kind of hoping to hear from Joey and have some time to hang out with Joey, because people are always showing up, and then all of a sudden we kind of get lost. So anyhow, good morning, everyone. How are we today? As aforementioned, it is July 14. It's just about halfway through the month. And what a month it's been so far, right? My goodness, 4th of July was like yesterday, and that was almost 2 weeks ago. That's crazy, man. It's fucking crazy. Yes, sirree. Yes, sirree. Baba Rooney. Baba Roonsky. Baba Roni. Yeah, baby. Yeah, I'm still just a little bit out of it. I was hoping some of the morning show irregulars would show up and kind of help nudge me along this morning, because I'm kind of out of it. I am. At some point we'll watch the second half of JT, unless somebody's watched it and they're going to tell me that it ends poorly for the cat. If it does, then I don't want to watch it. Some of these things I put on my channel I don't watch. I don't have the time to watch every single thing I put on the channel in its entirety. I'll watch bits and pieces to make sure I'll watch it as it's saving, which is kind of a high-speed view. But that's just to check to make sure that I'm not going to see anything hinky. And I just don't recall what JT looked like all the way through it. I know there were some bullies and a little kid and a cat and other such things going on. So I don't want to get too weird with kid and animal violence. It's not my bag, baby. Whoa. Whoa. Oh, yeah. The only problem is that it hurts my spine like you would not believe. I used to enjoy a good sneeze, right? It was like a little mini orgasm for your head. And now it's like, oh, I don't know, a mini pain fest in my neck. It sucks. In the last couple of days, my neck is just, it hasn't been real stiff, but it's been in a lot of pain. Just incredible amounts of pain. There was one person out of maybe I don't know, 60 or 70 people that night that came and went at this this coffee house where we were watching the Tommy Tom Show. Check them out. Instagram, TikTok, Facebook. Anywho, so there was like one person out of all of those people that was actually smoking a cigarette, an actual real cigarette. There were maybe a half a dozen or so other people who were doing that vaping thing, whether it was one of those e-dicks or some such other vaporizing, sucking addiction thing. People who vape want to give me shit because I still smoke, but the results ain't in yet, baby. Just because you're vaping don't make you Mr. fucking healthy guy, you know. It just don't. It just means that you're putting hardcore chemicals into your lungs, right? And you don't know what at least I know what the hell I'm putting into my lungs. I know how it's killing me. I know what it's doing to me. You have no clue what's fucking going on when you're vaping that shit. And then it's so easy to get so much more of it into your lungs than smoke. You get a little bit of smoke into your lungs, makes you cough because it ain't supposed to be there. You get a little steam in your lungs, and your lungs are like, hey, it's just steam, right? It's just steam. It don't matter that it's loaded with frickin' chemicals. And the amount of THC and not THC, but the amount of nicotine and tar and all these things that are in the tobacco, right? You're just getting magnified amounts of that crap, right? And if somebody wants to argue it, you know, then bring it on. But I don't see anything beneficial in vaping versus smoking, you know. The results ain't in yet. You could be killing yourself twice as quick. It's like laser surgery, right? Who knows? Laser surgery could be the best thing 10 years down the road when we find out the results of long-term effects. You know, who knows? Who knows? People could start going blind. People could start dropping dead after, you know, 5 years from taking, what is that, Paxlovid, you know. If it's COVID, Paxlovid. Who knows? It could happen. You know, that whole thing with getting a vaccine a few years ago, it could have just been a way to implant some kind of toxin, some kind of time-released, you know. It was a heavy-duty shot. They could have really put something in there. Who knows? You know, technology is really small, you know, and it could have been something viral. Yeah, we're gonna fix you and we're gonna drop something in you. Who knows? You know. Yeah. Who knows? We don't know. They're not gonna tell us shit. We don't know nothing, man. We don't fucking know nothing, man. All right, so I'm gonna put on this this movie here soon, and it is the rest of JT, the movie from last week. And I'm looking in my stuff here to see if I can find it. And where is it? Okay, 4th of July. There it is. So it would be in the 4th of July file. And it's not there. Uploaded. Yep, there it is. It's uploaded. That's why. So it's in another file. So, I guess I could bring out the album of the day, and we could take a look at that before we get into the movie. The album of the day is another Tom, because I thought, why not? So it's Tom Scott, Blow It Out. And this is a great album. There is a song on here, and what is it? Gotcha. Gotcha. I think that's the one. Yeah, Gotcha is a theme from Starsky and Hutch that he does a great rendition of. So, there you go. Let me go ahead and post this one and see if I can find a hoochie whatchie mucha, a mucha hoochie woochie. See if I can find us a link to that this morning, because it's always nice to be able to share with you what we're checking out this morning. In case you're interested, that noise in the background is just my air conditioner, because it's summertime, and if I don't turn it on now, it just gets too hot, and then it just never gets cool in here. So, hoochie mawoochie, boochie scoochers. Let's see. I'm going to go here, and I am going to look for Blow It Out. Full album. And there we go, the full album by Big Brother Beat. Big Brother Beat has the entire album here. So I am going to share it from Big Brother Beat. Yeah, baby. Yes, indeedy, Big Brother Beat. So thank you, Big Brother Beat, this morning for allowing us to look at this whole album, listen to this whole album in its entirety. That's nice. And cheers. Last night we're coming down the highway, coming home, and we're following this. We get to a construction area on the highway, so everything's stopped for 10 or 15 minutes while we wait. And we're behind this newer Mustang, not the electric one, but the loud right? So I'm like, oh jeez, this guy is just and he just keeps showing off, right? It's like, okay, I get it, everybody gets it. Driving down the road, 60 miles an hour, you know, he pulls up to a stop and he just revs it, like, oh man. And everywhere we go, he's right in front of us, going there first. Every turn we take, coming all the fucking way home. We get home and we're getting out of the car, and there he goes up the hill beside our home. Just what a doofus. Just what an idiot. Alright, here we go. Let me type this information in. And this is what, 1977? 1977 full album. Tom Scott. There you go. There you go. Excellent. Most excellent. Okay, so I think maybe next week I will go through my crap and bring in all of my artwork, and just go through that. Why not? This is just a place where I can share all of my crap. So I'll bring in some paintings, and I'll fill up my corner over here. I'll bring in some paintings and my portfolios and my drawings, and we'll do a long day. And on one of my long Fridays, we will just go through all of the crap that I've done in college, and artwork and stuff that I've kept over the years. And at some point, I'm hoping that I can get a hold of some of the people from my past who may actually have some stuff from my past, right? A friend's sister, who is another great friend, actually sent me a photo of one of those school newspapers that we did back at Ortega High Times, as I called it, and I would love to look at a copy of that, right? So if I could get her to bring it or mail it to me, I'd love to or make me a Xerox copy of it, right? So I've got my own copy. That would be great. And that would be freaking phenomenal. So I'll have to look into that. Let's see. This morning, let's take a look at the old TB Guide to Reno here. As aforementioned, I have chosen this one because of the date. It is July 15 through the 21st, right? And let's see what year it is. Let's see what year it is. It is 1978. Last week's was 1976. So it's Monday. So let's take a look at Monday. Ooh, I remember this. If you did the Britannica, right? If you did the Britannica encyclopedias, you get the bookshelf, right? And you get the little display shelf there, but you also, for the price, you could get a typewriter, a little Brother Charger portable typewriter, right? Look at that. Encyclopedias, this other little stand, right? Is that great or what? And all for the low price of $89.95. Oh, it's an 85. It's a value. That's the value. Wow. Look at that. Preview booklet. Wow. They're just a hell of a deal. Hell of a deal to get them encyclopedias. Encyclopedias. And do they tell us how much it is? Details inside. Well, I'm looking inside for details. And I'm not seeing any dollar amount. Just $25. So for an extra $25, you can get the typewriter. But it still doesn't say how much the encyclopedias are. Right? You get all 30 volumes now, pay later, but they don't say how much you're paying later. Is that legal? They just lock you into a contract and you have no idea what you're paying? Wow, that's crazy. But it sounds about normal. Sounds, I'll do that. Gosh, I have no idea what I'm doing, but I'll do it anyway. Golly. Golly. Yep. So you get the typewriter for $25. You get the bookshelves up front, but they send you one or two books at a time, and you got to buy each book individually, I think is what it is, right? They lock you into it. And as you get further along, the books get more expensive, right? Well, if you want to finish the series, it's $80 a book. I don't know. Okay, so let's look at Primetime Monday evening, July 17, 1978. Little House on the Prairie. Yep. And anybody here we know? Anybody here we know? Lundstrom, Nehemiah Persoff. Okay. In Search of the Real America, host Ben Wattenberg defends big business against charges that it is unresponsive to social problems and manipulates public tastes. How can he defend big business? That's exactly what they do. I don't get it. Jeffersons, Also at 8 o'clock on Monday, Opera Theater and PBS, Carol Burnett and Friends. At 8:30, Good Times, Writers in America, and America Tonight, comedy, with a bunch of people on it that, well, we got Martin Mull is on it, and Fred Willard. And it is a pretend talk show thing. Interesting. At 9 o'clock, 7th Avenue, Part 2. Stephen Keats, Jane Seymour, Ray Milland, Alan King. There you go. Your guess is as good as mine as to what the hell that is. Prisoner, Patrick McGowan, opposes a scheme that would endow villagers with a university degree in 3 minutes. Boo. Prisoner. There you go. MASH, also at 9. And this David Ogden Stiers is now in. Yeah, but it's a repeat. Marshal of Madrid, 1971 TV movie with Glenn Ford. And 9:30, Adam 12. And One Day at a Time. I was just looking at the little thing here for the little blurb, the close-up for Lou Grant, as it explains that he's going to be investigating the NCAA and the charges involving violations as a local football coach and all that kind of crap. And I always remember that show trying to be kind of semi-topical. And that pretty much does it. At 10 o'clock, Emergency One. Turnabout, a news magazine, and then of course Lou Grant, Love American Style, In Search of, a look at speculations that Anastasia, the youngest daughter of Russian Tsar Nicholas II, survived the 1918 slaughter. Ooh, right? There's always been that speculation, right? And her granddaughter married D.B. Cooper, and they ran off and had a, I don't know, John Wayne Gacy as a baby. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about here. Love American Style has got Richard Dawson and Pippa Scott. Ooh. Late Night, Love American Style, Soap, Johnny Carson with McLean Stevenson as the guest host. These Wilder Years, James Cagney and Barbara Stanwyck 1956 movie is on at 11:30 as well. Police Story on at midnight, 05. Tomorrow with Tom Snyder, former U.S. skiing champion Susie Chaffee. Remember Susie Chapstick? Susie Chaffee. And then we go into late night and into tomorrow morning, Tuesday, July 18, 1978. And we'll look at some more of that in the mañana. And I'm going to go ahead and start this movie so we can get it on and get it over with. So let me see. Let me close this screen. Let me bring up this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy. And I am going to go ahead and cue it up about to where we were. Yeah, baby. Here we go. And we're in school. Okay, so here he brought some food back to the cat, and they're hanging out, and they're having lunch together here. And there you go. White tuna. So this kid went on to the White Shadow after years after this. He said fuck's cool. His stolen radio.
Now this is the grooviest station in New York City. Uh-huh. So that's the one. You like that, don't you? Okay.
Why is my sound off? So he left the radio for the cat? Okay.
All right, where's the radio? I don't have it. I don't have it. Where you put it? I don't have it. I don't have it. Where you put it? Please do.
Oh! I guess it's a good thing he left it, huh?
What's the matter with you? My eyes. Maybe you need glasses. Did you know the motorcycle? Under the Wise Men? You know who drew it? Did you? Yeah. You sure can draw. Can you draw cats? Oh, sure. I could if I wanted to. Only, I don't want to. I just like to draw motorcycles. Say, your eyes. Your eyes really do look bad. I'm sure you need glasses. Don't worry if you do. They're not so bad. You'll get used to them. I checked the lab reports this morning. They said you'll be all right. In case you don't remember me, I'm Dr. JT Gamble. I'm going to take your pulse and listen to your heartbeat now.
It's a methylate or
Your pulse
mercurochrome.
is normal. Now I'm going to listen to your heartbeat. You'll be all right.
It's 4:85.
Okay.
Very good. 3 cans of tuna fish, please.
Cat's gonna get mercury
In case you
poisoning.
don't remember what I'm holding in my hand, it's cash. You see? They have still Mr. Lincoln's face on the front. Well, something never changed.
I'm gonna heat up my coffee.
How many times do I have to tell you? You'll turn into a frozen vegetable in there.
I'm not going to Alaska.
Mama, I'm ashamed of all this back sewing I got. There seems like there's a hole appearing or button disappearing every time JT turns around. Don't look like I'll ever get caught up. He's so hard on his clothes.
What boy ain't? Besides, sewing and rocking is my idea of a pleasant way to pass an evening. That boy is up to something.
He always is. But he doesn't have his radio on tonight, and that's peculiar.
Maybe the batteries is dead. When you get through with your big cutting job, you can bring your scissors over here.
Now you keep this on because I want your eye to get better. Okay? That's why I made it.
Eye patch.
Hey, don't knock that off. How's that?
Hi, Mr. Rose.
Oh, hello.
Came by to make good on what I owe you.
Ah,
Uh-oh.
let's see.
18 cans of tuna.
It's 41.65.
What?
What?
41.65.
That's it. Seems like there's been some kind of mix-up. I never purchased no tuna fish.
Tuna fish.
Would I cheat you?
No, but I didn't buy any.
I'll tell you the truth. I was wondering myself why all of a sudden so much tuna fish. But your boy's been buying it like it was going out of style.
You sure he's my boy?
The little boy with the radio in his head. He's yours, isn't he? There is no mistake. Last week he was in here 3 times.
Seems like every time I get a nickel's worth of difference between me and my bills, that boy does something to set me back. This sums up to be a little more than I planned. Could I give you 25 now? And
Don't worry.
from now on, please don't sell him anything on credit. Unless it's written down on paper as my list.
You know what you need, Mr. Bones? A nice house.
Mr. Bones?
You stay here and watch me build it. See, this is your new house.
Okay. Well, if it gets weird, I'm gonna excuse myself and just look away and turn the sound on. Because I get too emotional. Uh-oh.
Charger, please.
No more credit for you, young man. You are a very bad boy.
Bad boy.
Cheating on your mother.
You should be hate
Everything.
to her.
Up his nose.
Instead, you are a heartbreak. You'll turn out to be a bum. You watch what I say.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
From now on, the only credit you get here is what your mother has written on her list.
You're a bum.
Wow. You sure can eat. All gone. But don't worry. I'll get you some more.
You steal it.
JT.
Oh?
Now, what made you decide to pay us a visit? You're not Santa Claus, you know. We really expect to see you more than once a year. Have you finished your composition, JT, What Christmas Means to Me?
Not quite.
You haven't even started it, have you?
She looks familiar.
No. Okay, JT. Well, you're just going to have to start it this afternoon. Now, you'll be in my room right after school. I'll be grading papers, none of which will be yours, I might add. You be there! Well, JT, you know, it's too bad we don't have a course in missing persons.
Don't.
You just might pass that one. I don't know that you're going to pass anything else. Are you listening to me?
They'll pass you
JT.
along.
You can play hooky from school, but you can't play hooky from yourself.
Please, Mrs. Rowan, can I go now? I have something real important to do.
How much have you done in your composition?
None.
Is it so hard? Look, why don't you just tell me what Christmas means to you? Just write down what you feel. Don't you feel anything?
feel like going.
There must be something that means something to you, JT.
Can I go down? I gotta go somewhere.
I'm really disappointed in you, JT.
Oh, yeah.
I expected more out of you. Okay, well, you're not getting anything done here. Let's go ahead. Go on.
Go on. Go ahead. Got to throw up. All right, the sound being off is a little, it's bugging me. Cat. Uh-oh. They got the radio. Hey. Fair's fair and theft. Uh-oh.
JT!
Oh, shit. See? Now I'm gonna be depressed. What does it say? Black powder? Oh, black power.
I'm sorry, kids. What happened? Well, look, mister, I'm just driving down the street. No more 20, 25 miles an hour. It can't run out from the car. I mean, look, I wouldn't try to hurt the kid's cat. You know him, you try to talk to him, huh? Yeah. I'm sorry as heck, mister. Sonny. Yeah, look. You know, it's just an accident. You know that. Come on.
There you go. I knew it. I knew it.
Honey?
She looks familiar.
Let me go. Leave me alone.
Honey? Get off of me. Well, there you go.
Sure don't feel like doing no Christmas decorating this year. JT won't even know the difference. Ain't no Christmas tree gonna jolt him out of his misery.
So you're not even gonna try? That's
Been unfair
fucked up.
to him, Mama. Put all my frustrations on that boy. I lost how to reach you.
Sounds like you just don't give up on trying to reach him.
Would you like to have a midnight snack with me? I made some boiled custard.
Boiled custard.
I know how bad you're hurting, honey. That cat, he was something real special to you. I know. You. You was something special too. You are.
Why did it have to happen? Why?
Why? Oh, child, I wish I could give you the answer. But I don't know. Seems like life got a whole lot more questions than answers to it. You start out young asking questions. You end up old asking questions. And the puzzlement is, they're mostly the same questions.
Yeah.
There's just a very few years in between where you think you got the answers to match up with the questions.
Why did it have to happen? Why?
Death is a mean way to have to learn about life. But that's the way of it sometimes. That's just the way of it.
What Mama said about cats having 9 lives. That's just an old saying, ain't it? Ain't no truth to it, is there?
Well, now there's some truth to them old sayings. That's how they get to be old sayings.
Then maybe my cat. Maybe he's still living somewhere. Of course, when I found him, he was sure beat up. But maybe he still has some lives to live.
Sure he has. Sure he has.
Don't lie to the boy.
He's just going someplace better to live in, that's all.
The dead is dead.
What about you? You just got one life to live. What you gonna do with it?
I don't understand.
Find those 2 kids and beat the fuck out of them.
I don't understand nothing.
What you got to understand, child, is yourself. And that's no easy matter. 'Cause you a right complicated little person. You are. And if you want answers, you just better listen to your heart. The battery's in there, ain't dead.
His heart says get a gun and get them boys for killing his cat. Them boys.
Mom, I really feel good, don't you? Hi, baby. Well, sir, I can't wait to get back home and tell them about this church up here. In all my born days, I ain't never seen a church which advertises itself with lit-up neon signs out front. I know. This city's something else. Let me tell you, that's a fact. You ask me. The place looks more like a place where you drink instead of a place to worship. If the preacher hadn't been standing up there quoting the scripture, I'd have swore I was in a nightclub. I'll tell you one thing, though.
I tell you.
The congregation was very well dressed, and the choir so well practiced. But the church itself... Oh, Mama, you know you liked it. Hello?
Good evening. Pardon my intrusion. I hope I'm not disturbing you.
No, you're not.
I have a little something for the boy.
Come in. Come right on in.
Good evening.
May I take your coat?
No. Thank you. Don't bother. I can't stay. I just have a minute. I thought I'd bring this by. It's for the boy.
Well, what a surprise. Now, ain't this something?
I found him in the street. I thought the boy could take care of him. don't have to worry about the expense. It wouldn't cost a penny. From the store, food, everything from the store. No problem.
My, JT. Look here. Isn't it cute?
I'm gonna cry.
Put it by the ball.
Too late. I'm crying. End of radio.
Baby.
Well, it's getting late.
We thank you.
Cute. Hmm? Well, good night.
Wait.
That's a cute little thing.
You forgot your muffler.
Women. You all have mufflers on your minds. Good night.
What a thoughtful thing for him to do. So nice. It's beginning to look a little like Christmas. Isn't it? You're just a little bitty ball of nothing. But your eyes is full of devilment. Ouch! You little devil. You take it. He's too rambunctious for me.
Little rascal. Meow.
You know something? You look like the cat I used to have. Nice boy. Stay right here.
Where it's safe. Do it. Do it. Excellent. Do it. Lesson learned.
Come to ask you for a job. I can do stacking or sweeping or anything you wanted to do. Honest.
As a matter of fact, I could do with a little help. In fact, you can start right now.
Thanks.
Sarah?
Oh, yes, and we need a rice delivery. Write it down.
What for? We have a half a cart full.
You know, Abe, that's a difference between us. For me, the carton is half empty. For you, it is half full. I wonder who is right, you or me.
I am right. Sarah, I've decided. The boy's coming to work for us. JT, I got a job for you. Take the tray with sausages and put it into the meat compartment.
Wait! You catch your death.
Do I have to?
Of course, it's like the North and South Pole put together in there.
Do I? You know, it's beginning to feel like Christmas.
There you go. And Kevin Hook says JT. Totally. Alright, so it wasn't... I'm glad they didn't show anything graphic. But still, it made me cry. Why did they have to kill the cat? I don't know. Because... drama. Right? I wish we could have seen more of a character arc from the bad guys. That would have been nice. But hey, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, eh? Nothing, that's what. So I am gonna turn off this computer here. I am gonna reset the Windows Media Player so that hopefully it will not act weird like that. So I'm just going to go into the settings, go to apps and features, pick out the particular app that I want, which is the Windows Media Player. And we're going to click on that. And while it hasn't been used much, I think it is the issue. So I hit reset, so the program is going to reset. Everything is still saved in the program, but hopefully it'll fix why the sound is askew from the video, right? So let's see, resetting, and then like that there. So it's after 6. We're gonna go a little long today. We got nothing going on here, so I told we stayed up late. We were up to like midnight watching TV and hanging out and shit. So I told my wife, just sleep in as long as you can. And I'm just gonna go long on the show today. Alright, so this program is reset. Now I am going to restart this computer. This is my graphics computer. It is the laptop with which I use to bring you video and sound and photos and that kind of stuff. That kind of stuff there. So, every once in a while I need to sit differently because of my stupid spine. I can't sit normally for too long a period, or it really starts to fuck with my spine. Anywho, here we are, and that was JT, and I hope the sound being off a little bit wasn't too much of a bummer. Otherwise, it is available on my channel to view, and I might just go ahead and, once this computer boots up here, go ahead and bring that to you. And there it is. There's the dented beetle. Anybody? Yeah, what do you do? I'm gonna do a hit ski because I'm a little off my bong hits this morning. So I'm gonna do one. Yeah, I'll probably do a bong hit here in a few minutes. Ooh, here we go. Today's window rock. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Yeah, baby. So if you're unaware of the morning show, this sound is the air conditioner on behind me here. And there you have it. And there it is. Okay. There we go. There we have it. There it is, right there in front of you. What are you going to do about it? Nothing, that's what. Just shut up and take it. That's what they keep telling me. Shut up and take it. Just take it. Just take it. All right. I'm going to go ahead and bring up YouTube again. And go to my channel. Oh, we got another rock legend dies at 65. So I am going to find on my channel here, JT. There it is. Where is why? Well, it's last week and this week, but all right. I swear it's here, right? I swear. I know oh, there it is, right there. Okay, there's JT. I gotta kill, all right, and I'm gonna pop JT into the comments here. Why? Because I can. It's my channel, it's my freaking show. I can do whatever the hell I want. There, George. There's that. And I'm gonna do that there again. And then we got that, and then that, and then that. And that. What the pick it up? What is this? Puzzle get about 1969. Wow. 1969. Wow. Full movie. Yep. Kevin Hooks. There we go. There you have it. Okay, Oppenheimer. Uh, 85, not 65. 85. Well, what rock legend is this? Because we keep losing so many. Dave Cousins. The Straubs. Oh, I already wrote him down. Okay. There you go. The Straubs. Yeah, that's it, baby. Oh. Oh, man. Mm-hmm. You know, it's real creepy how when you're doing stuff, talking about stuff, and then it starts popping up in your feed, the stuff that you were talking about. Sometimes it feels like just the things I'm thinking about wind up on my feed, right? I'm going to try an experiment where for 1 week I think of just one item while I'm here doing all of this, right? I think of one thing, and then I wait to see if that pops up in my feed. And then maybe another week, do a whole other week of just talking about a specific item, something. And then watch my news feed, watch my social media feed, and see what actually comes through. Yeah. So anywho, let me go ahead and get rid of this here. there's that. There you have it. And there it is. It's live. It's totally live, I swear. By the time it gets to you, it's not. This is live, but by the time it gets to you, about 15 seconds later, 20 seconds later, it's no longer live. It's been hanging in the ether for a little while, like 30 seconds, sheesh, before it gets to you. And then it gets to you and it's not live. It's semi-live. Is that a thing? It was live here. By the time it gets through everything and gets out to you, it's lifeless. The life is gone. It's no longer live. It's unlive. Right? It's semi-live. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know how to explain. You know what we haven't done is talk about the movie of the week. Right? And here is the movie of the week. Capricorn One. I don't think this is a movie that we've talked about yet. So we're going to look at Capricorn One. Is anyone familiar with Capricorn One? Here is the 8-track movie soundtrack, the motion picture soundtrack, Capricorn One. And you can just make out the set of a lunar lander on Mars. And I think that's what the movie is about. It's about landing on Mars, since we had already done the moon. This one in particular was about getting to Mars. And the crux of the film is that after they had already set up this mission to go to Mars and everything was set, right? It turns out that the scrubber, the oxygen scrubber, wasn't working, and it wasn't going to be able to work, and there was no way they were going to be able to live from here to Mars and back with the equipment that they had designed for the trip. It was a failure before they even got off the ground. So they couldn't go to the world with a failure before it left. So they decided to fake the whole mission, put the astronauts in the ship, then take them out, blast the ship, and then hide them in the desert while the ship was out doing, you know, fucking loops around something, waiting for it to land. And then when it landed, they were just going to bring the guys out, and the guys were going to pretend that they went out there, right? Well, it didn't work that way, and the ship crashed on its way back to Earth. So now they've got 2 astronauts alive who are supposed to be dead. 3 astronauts alive who are supposed to be dead. And it takes a weird, twisting, turning road after. It's just a weird fucking movie. And it's got James Brolin. It's got, like, Sam Waterston, right? Yeah, Brenda Vaccaro, O.J. Simpson, Hal Holbrook, and it's also got Elliot Gould and the guy who did Kolchak, the Night Stalker. What's his name? Anybody? But yeah, so it's one of those great films. So there is that. There is Capricorn One, and here's the soundtrack on 8-track. I thought I might have had some more Capricorn One paraphernalia. I was looking around last night and couldn't find any more. So there you go. I thought I had a record or an LP of the soundtrack, or perhaps a laser disc version, but I do not. At least I didn't find one last night. So there you go. There's that, people. So it's about 6:30 in the AM here on, I was going to say September. Where the hell is my head at? It is July 14. July, the 14th of July. And we're just trucking through this year. I've got a reunion coming up in like exactly a month, and I am not prepared for it. And I don't want to get too prepared for it because chances are I may not be able to go. And that's just because the way things are happening right now in my Kevin Kooks. That's not right. That is not right. I have to fix that. Kevin Hooks. There we go. Kevin Hooks, not Kevin Kooks. He's not a kook. He's a director. He is a director. We got, I think, no less than 4 directors out of the kids from The White Shadow. Right? And there was, one of the guys directed Coach Carter. Right? There you go. There you go. Probably inspired by his time working on The White Shadow. All right. I am going to take a quick break. I am going to heat up this coffee and take a leak. So I think what I'm going to do is I am going to turn this off. I'm going to open this guy up. I'm going to see if I can't run my promo for the week while I'm taking a leak, because that would be better than dead air. Although it is the morning, so dead air. What are you going to do? Okay, let's go to morning, and let's go to 4 o'clock movies. Let's do that. Let's take a look at the 4 o'clock movies for the week and see what we get when we get what we get. And
someone slipped a rope around his neck and strangled him. Didn't you wake up?
I didn't wake up. I didn't
This ain't our business. We gotta let him tell her story first in coroner or sheriff.
I'll be back in a second.
Will they get a telephone?
Tonight, a third-grade class gets a dramatic lesson in discrimination.
Blue-eyed people are smarter than brown-eyed people. They are cleaner than brown-eyed people. They are more civilized than brown-eyed people.
Russell called me names and I hit him.
What did he call you?
Brown eyes.
Tonight on Frontline, the story of one teacher, her lesson, and what happened to a class divided.
Nestled in the fertile coastal regions of southeastern United States is the heart of our tobacco country, Tobaccoland, USA.
A separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitle them.
Our decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
The terminally ill patient needs a very special system of care in order to make the most of the time remaining. Providing that palliative care requires a somewhat unorthodox approach. The patient becomes part of a team which is focused on the physical, social, spiritual, and psychological needs of the whole person. Along with medical personnel, there's a music therapist, a pastoral assistant, there are administrators, volunteers, a physiotherapist, and a social worker.
Take my suggestion, take it. I guess today I'll bring up the subject.
There is a psychiatrist, too, whose main role is to work with other members of the palliative care team who may find themselves performing an exhausting emotional task.
Well, you're telling me. So those are the 4 o'clock movies for this week, so please join me at 4 o'clock every day and check them out. A lot of fun. You'll learn something. You'll laugh, you'll live, you'll love, you'll cry. You know, the full gamut of human emotions. Heaven forbid people should want to feel something, right? Which is why I didn't look away this morning during the film. I sucked it up and cried, but I watched it. And it was a good film. If you get a chance, watch JT on my channel here somewhere. There it is. Check it out. Palliative care. Nowadays we have hospice where you just stay home and die, and they come by and medicate you and check you out and make sure that you're on your way, I guess, right? About 10 years ago or so, I went to the college out here, and I attended the college for a couple of years as kind of rehabilitation because I was physically screwed up. So I had to do something. I knew I couldn't work because I couldn't charge people for my time when my time was a waste. So I went to school and fixed my body and my head. And while I was there, I took a class, Death and Dying, which was one of the classes. It was one of the choices of a specific unit that I needed, right? So I took this class and I loved it. I enjoyed it. I loved doing the projects and learning about death and other cultures and all of this. So when my daughter chose to go to this college out here, she had to take a similar credit, and she chose that class, and she happened to get the instructor that I had 10 years earlier on her last semester. She retired after that, and it was so awesome that she got the same course exactly that I did. I got to do the same projects, and so it was pretty cool. It was pretty dang cool that she got to meet that lady. Real tall, Nordic, Viking type lady, and she was really into the culture behind death and dying, and it was really insightful, and I'm glad my daughter got that insight, because we all have to deal with our own mortality as well someday, but mostly we deal with the mortality of others, and that can be difficult. So there you go. There you are. There you have it. There you go. There it is. There it is, right there in front of you. I think it's about time for a bong hit. We're just about 2 hours into the show, and I've only had one bong hit this morning. I have had a couple of other hits off of the Sizzles, but it's not the same. It's not the same, and I like to have a little choke with my smoke. So let me go ahead and peel off a chunk of this stuff here. Why? Because I can. A little pile of stems. I feed those to my dog because, I don't know, he likes them. You know how dogs like to crunch on lumber and wood and stuff, and I know they can eat that, and it's not going to kill them. I don't want my dogs picking up a piece of wood and chewing on it and eating splinters. And no. I've known dogs like that just love to chew up firewood, right? And I don't want to have to pick splinters out of my dog anywhere. So, no. And he's a dog that you can't argue with. You can't try to help him because he thinks you're hurting him. He gets an owie, and you look at him, and he goes, "Don't fuck with me. I hurt. Don't fuck with me." You get close to him, and he growls. You touch him, and he just starts biting. Right? Which sucks, because we used to love to go for walks. But out here in the desert, cactus. And he'd, out of nowhere, he'd be all of a sudden, he's got a cactus on his foot. And there's no way to get it out of him, because he won't let you. I mean, we've literally had a big cactus in his foot before, and have had to let him pull it out and then shake it off his face, right? It's crazy. Poor little guy. It's either that, or somebody has to literally cover him up with a coat and hold on to him while he's freaking out, and then grab his foot, hold it down, and do whatever you gotta do, because he just gets fucking crazy. We can't even do his nails because he don't like his feet touched, and I can dig it. I can totally dig it, you know. Pain hurts. That's why I don't want to be the guy to traumatize him. That's why we don't do his nails. We take him, his paws. We get his paws done somewhere else. Somebody does his paws. Some nice ladies at a place in town. They're real nice. They do it right there in front of you. And he's nice with them because, you know, it ain't us. If it was us, he'd be trying to kill us. So, yeah, poor little guy. Poor little guys. I don't want to be the bad guy. That's why I let someone else do that job. I just don't. So it looks like we don't have too many irregulars showing up today. The morning show irregulars, which is a nickname that I've given the weirdos that show up on the channel here in the morning. I guess if you're a viewer or a subscriber, then you're a weirdo. If you come here in the morning and hang out and comment, well, you're an irregular. And can anyone tell me where that term comes from? Where did I get that term? Irregulars, the irregulars. Huh? Anybody? Go on. I'm looking at my secretary here, and she needs a bit of a dusting. Grab a rag here and give her a... And do you want to see my secretary? There she is. She's a beauty. That's Miriam. She's my secretary. Miriam. Hello, Miriam. Yep. She's beautiful. She's all woman. She's strong. Women are smarter. What can I say? Totally, man. Totally, man. Alright, I'm going to do this bong hit. I'm going to do it. I'm done procrastinating. I'm going in. Cover me. Yeah, baby. That's it. That's the ticket cricket. So looks like we got through the TV guide this morning. Watched JT, talked about Capricorn One. Did I bring it? I didn't bring it. I didn't bring it. I thought I had brought over the Capricorn One video this morning, but I did not. But what I do need to do is create a Grateful Dead show for perhaps tonight, maybe. I've been listening to that 85 concert tour mix for a little while, so I think I'll dig up another show that that we can listen to. I haven't made a video out of that 80s mix, 1985 mix, so I should probably get into doing something like that. Tonight, the plan is the same as it was last week, before last week got canceled at the last minute. My daughter's jury duty went long. We didn't get back till almost showtime, and I hadn't had the hour before to get everything set up and get the show started and work out any kinks, and I just didn't want to scramble. And since my daughter had spent all day at court, she wasn't up to it, and I wasn't about to force her to it. So last night I'm like, so are we going to do it? She's like, yeah, sure. So unless something pops up last minute, which family first, then we shall be here this evening at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time to hook it and book it. And we're going to play Fortnite, or rather my daughter is going to play Fortnite, and she's just going to play within her own game. She's not going to go online because we're not sure with the particulars of that copyright stuff. So we're going to play a little bit of Fortnite, the game, and she's going to kind of show me what it's all about. Because I peek my head in and see her blasting people away. And that's about all I know about it, is that she's on a screen with like 100 other people, and they're running around killing each other, and she's quite often a survivor and wins the game. So every once in a while she plays a tournament where it's, you know, if she wins she could actually win something, but most of the time she's just running around killing other gamers. But I know nothing about it, so she's going to kind of bring me into that and bring me up to speed on what it's all about. And the only bummer about this particular chair is that it has no arms, and I can't just lift myself up into it with my legs. So I kind of have to fold myself into it. And the bummer with my legs is that if I sit for too long in one position, my back is just hammered. So there you go. This is it seems normal for a Monday, for there to be no one here, because it's Monday and people are usually a little reticent to hang out for that long in the morning on a Monday. Yeah. I'm just looking at my plants around the room, seeing if they need. Looks like they need a little bit of water, a little bit of light, a little bit of pruning, pull off some dead leaves. I still need to get my plants into new pots with new soil and fertilizer. So maybe I can do that. Plants. Let's do that and see if I can remember. What would be nice is if I could set up my coffee table or my card table somewhere and do it here, right? live in the morning, but that would be an awful difficult setup. I wouldn't want to do it on my desk because while I do have the overhead camera, I don't want to do dirt and stuff on my desk and have to clear off my desk just to put dirt in a couple of plants. So I think when I do that, I'm going to get another plant to put in here, and maybe put another one hanging in here somewhere. Put a shelf back here in the corner. If I could get a shelf back here where the Simon is, I could put a plant on it there, where that Simon box is back there. Yes, if you have not seen that show, yes, I do have a Simon and do play with it on occasion. It's one of those things that I try not to use too often in the mornings, like my chicken back here. I can't squeeze my chickens. I can't play with my slide whistle. I can't honk my horns and do all of that stuff in the mornings because I got dogs that are going to wake up and start freaking out. You know how it is. You start making weird noises and the dogs are like, "What the hell is that? Let's go. Come on, bring it on. Bring it on. Bring it on." Right? Right, Snoopy? Snoopy? Snoops. Totally, man. So we're creeping on to 7 o'clock, and as I mentioned earlier, I told my wife, go ahead and sleep in. We got nothing going on. We stayed up late. We were up till almost midnight, and that's late for her. So chances are she might sleep until 9 or 10. I don't think we've got anything really going on until tomorrow. So, you know, I'll just hang out here as long as I can. Next week, I think we're going to talk about artwork and drawings and paintings and that kind of stuff and show you the crap that I do or have done. I haven't done much lately, but I'll show you what I've done in the past. And then I think we're going to do a show on video cameras. We'll do the one of many shows on old 1980s video equipment. I do have some 90s and 2000s camcorder type stuff, but the stuff that I like are the old 1980s pre-camcorder stuff. The stuff you would have had to buy big time and have multiple machines in order to do what you need to do before they pushed everything into one little camera, and you could just feed a tape right into it and take that around. Those are awesome, and I wish I had one of those from the 80s, which is probably going to be my next search, is to try to find something like that. And I've seen a couple of things around here locally on occasion, but it was always just a little too much, right? Just a little too much. They were asking a little too much. That was it. And I'll only buy these things if I know that there's meat on the bone, if there's a way to improve what I've spent on it and make more. And if it means cleaning, tinkering, soldering, changing a belt, lubing, whatever, cleaning it up, getting it ready to use again, if that's what it means, then I'll do that and spend a few bucks or a few minutes and make something actually worth, you know, like I'll spend a few dollars more than I would normally on this, but I know that because this together with this and this is going to make all of this worth way more. So invest a few dollars and get that. And I'll bring in a few cameras and the accessories and the recorders and all of that stuff, and at the same time try to hook it up so that we can actually see what it looks like through those cameras live. I'll try. It's hard to get those old signals to work through the computer and then into the audio video mixer, because it only wants to recognize HDMI. Good morning, James. What's going on, dude? That deserves a bong hit. I finished watching JT this morning, and yes, it was in fact a tearjerker. And I sucked it up and watched the whole thing. But there's the link to it in the comments, so you can check it out. It is good. It is a really good character arc on the kid, and a good story overall. So I liked it. I give it a 9. I deduct a point for sadness, but they didn't show anything graphic. They didn't, you know. It was all right. It was a kids thing, so they couldn't get too weird with it. So it looks like we have one irregular here this morning. Thanks for showing up, James. I'm going long today, so Hattie. My wife's going to sleep in, so I'm going to go long, so I'm here for a little while longer. I'm not just going to say hi and then sign off, which is what I usually do, is sign off in about a minute. But in about a minute, I'm going to be going long. Totally, man. I didn't eat too much yesterday. Today was a kind of a bad day for nourishment for me. I just wasn't up to eating. If I wait too long in the morning to eat, and then wait too long for lunch, by the time I get to evening, I'm like, eh. We brought home some great food from yesterday's dinner with my in-laws. So I'll probably be having some of that today. Some of those fabulous beans. And I think there's some Viria and you know, the usual stuff, the good fixins. So over the weekend I saw the Tommy Tom show. Tom sent me a message that they were playing in town, so I dragged the girls out and we went and checked them out, and it's great stuff. If you haven't seen the or heard of the Tommy Tom show, you should check it out. You should definitely check out the Tommy Tom show. Let me see if I can. I know I've got one video on my channel, so let me give you that, and you can check out that video. Yeah, baby. But it's a great song that I recorded at one open mic night. And there we go. So the Tommy Tom show, they did a song called White Rabbit, of course, Jefferson Airplane. And they did such a kick-ass version of it that I took it home and I turned it into a music video. And I used some old Alice in Wonderland footage, and among other old things, I created this music video for White Rabbit by the Tommy Tom show. So let me go ahead and share that to the channel here in this morning's comments, and then you'll have the opportunity to check it out. And this way you don't have to go digging around through my channel, because there's a lot of shit on my channel, and I haven't really taken the time recently to go through and organize stuff completely. Like the morning shows for like months have not made it into a playlist, so they're just kind of random in the live playlist. So let me see, there's White Rabbit. White Rabbit. Tommy Tom show cover. Oh. Cover. Okay, there we go. So check that out. It's a great song. And I had fun doing the video. The video was a lot of fun. I had actually used a little bit more footage than is in there, and I had to edit it down to get it onto Facebook without getting beat up. So yeah, I'm going to do this bong hit now. Cover me now. Cover me. I know somebody's been covering me for the last 5 minutes. Do the damn bong hit. There it is. That's the ticket. Okay, so the album of the day is Tom Scott, Blow It Out. Okay, great freaking album. Check it out. It's on the link here. Capricorn One is this week's movie, and here's the Betamax version, and then the 8-track of the soundtrack there for the movie of the week.
So check it out, baby. Come on, baby. Check out that movie, baby. Come on, baby.
Tomorrow we're going to talk about the Civil War, the PBS documentary series by Ken Burns. I think it was either James or William last week that we were talking about the Civil War documentary, I think. If I'm not mistaken, I don't remember. I wrote it down, and I don't remember why I write things down. I just write down little tidbits to research and to look into, and then to try to fit them into programming. I try to keep it topical, you know, like an ointment. So yeah. So tomorrow we're going to do some more investigative research into the Civil War, and I think among other things having to do with the Civil War, because I don't know why. Hey, WW, what's up? I got a couple other guys here. 2 of the morning show irregulars have now checked in. Yeah, well, good morning out there, guys. I'm staying long today. Yeah, sax player, you got it. Just great fucking sax. It's very sexual. That sexual feeling. Gotcha is the first track on the album, and Gotcha is the theme to Starsky and Hutch, and he does a great version of the Starsky and Hutch theme. Da-da-da, da-da-da. No, that's the SWAT, right? Da-da. But it's just it's a great version of that. I did a lot of Starsky and Hutch most recently. Ah, you're a Capricorn. Well, Capricorn One, brother. That's a bizarre movie, but it's like so often in the movies and TV, they do that. They stick these truths out there, and we just think it's fiction, and it's a truth, right? And they can just say, hey, look, it's out there. Look, you know, we said it. We didn't come clean and say that it's the truth, but we told you it's out there. They implant these little things in us so that later we go, right? Somebody thinks about it and passes that thought to somebody else, and he's, you know, shares it with a couple of people, and then it just goes on, and pretty soon everybody's got this idea that they hoaxed it, man. It was a hoax. It were a hoax. So there you go. There you go. Fucking A, man. Fucking A. But check out that music video for the Tommy Tom Show. If they come to your area, check them out. I doubt they're going to be traveling outside of Southern California very far. Just a father and daughter and guitars. You've never seen Capricorn One? Wow, let me see if I can find something. See if I can find something from the Capricornius. Capricorn One. Doodly 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 doo 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 doo. Okay, here it is on YouTube Movies, free with ads, is the 1978 Capricorn One. So let me go, and that's YouTube, free with ads. It is a space movie about not going to space. It's a hoax movie. It's exactly what they say happened going to the moon. A funny thing happened on the way to Mars. They didn't go. And the crux of the movie is that it turns out that stuff on the spaceship wasn't going to work and they'd be dead halfway to Mars, so they decided to fake it and keep the guys off the ship and just send the ship up. And when the ship came back, it crashed. And what are they going to do with the guys now that the ship crashed? They can't put them back on the ship and say, okay, hey, we saved them. So so things get a little hinky. Capricorn One, 1978. Oh. Capricorn. 1978. Full movie. Bing. There it is. Yeah, check it out. You can watch it on YouTube for free. For free. It's for free, but it's got Elliot Gould, James Brolin, O.J. Simpson, Sam Waterston, Brenda Vaccaro, Darren McGavin. It's a really good 1970s conspiracy movie, right? If you liked Westworld with James Brolin, there you go. Anything with James Brolin back then, he was just, yeah. You know what? I don't know why he didn't get more. You know, I don't know why. I love The Car, the movie The Car. That's one of my favorite James Brolin movies. But this is another one. Anywho, this coffee's waning here. Yeah, Capricornius. Uno, dude. Oh, now my leg is uncomfortable that way. Okay. Alright, yeah. So let's see, we got through some of the TV guide this morning. So we'll get back to that mañana. Good old TV guide here. Let me see, can I squeeze this in? Squeeze it over here. There we go. With Robert Conrad and Black Sheep Squadron on the cover from 1978. Tonight's movie, the 4 o'clock movie, is A Jury of Her Peers. The new Westworld on HBO. I haven't seen that. I'm not into new stuff, so I haven't even given it a try. If they're not going to pop their faces off and see wires and stuff underneath, like a 1970s Bionic Man episode, and it loses something. You know, it's like when the Cylons became genetic clones of humans, right? It became too easy, right? I want to see some special effects. I want to see, do they have, you know, eyeballs popping out and wires and sparking and flopping on the ground? Somebody gets stabbed and you know, or a robot gets in the water and they short out, because that's what I want to see. I want to see old school sci-fi stuff. So I tune into these new movies, and if it is a remake of something, I usually can't get into it, right? If it's a new, exciting, different idea, I usually can't get into it either, because it has something to do with what's going on today and having to fit in and include everybody. And so I usually can't get into the new stuff either. And that's why I usually go to Korea or Japan or China or someplace other than the U.S. for sci-fi nowadays, because the sci-fi nowadays in the U.S. is like all-inclusive and woke, and I can't get my eyeballs around it, let alone my enjoyment. They do that and more. It's amazing. Okay, well then I'll have to check it out. I'll have to check it out. Let's see. HBO Westworld. And I'm going to see WW is recommending this. So if I think it sucks, I'll come back and say, man. Like I said, it's got to have old world appeal for me. It's got to be, it's got to hearken to a bygone era, because that's where I'm at. And if it's too new and too futuristic and too now, I can't get into it. I mean, literally, it's like I went to sleep and woke up 40 years ago, right? The reverse Van Winkle. Here I am. So we'll see. I don't do HBO. I may have HBO on my TV here, but I don't normally watch HBO. So there you go. Mainly because it's usually new stuff, and I'm not into new stuff. I'm not into movie channels where you have to watch, you have to get the bigger package just so you can watch movies. You get HBO, you know, and the minimum, and all you get are their series and crap. And it's like, well, I went the old HBO where it was one channel of HBO, and you get movies all day and all night with an occasional look at, an in-depth look at a movie, right? Well, good. I'll, a guy like me, so I'll take your word for it that it's got some merit, and I'll check it out. Yeah, I'm just kind of hanging in there. You know what I was thinking is, how many people out there just get tired of being themselves, right? Just get tired of being you, having to do you and your stuff and being who you are and how people see you. How many of us out there have often wanted just to embrace one of our side personality, one of our split personalities? We just want to become that person, you know. And recently I've thought about that, about what it would be like to be somebody other than myself, an alternate me, somebody that's inside of me, a character that's inside of me already, who comes out once in a while, and just let that character take over, right? What would that be like? What's that all about, right? But lately I've been thinking, man, just to be somebody else, right? To go into the world and interact with the world as somebody else. Ah, we got an HBO guy here, huh? Yeah, I've got it written down here. I'm gonna check it out. He's like a recruiting agent here. Come on, guys, let's HBO go. And I've been a lover of HBO since I was a little kid, and would go over to my friend's house, well, not little, junior high, and stay up all night in his house watching HBO while his parents were out. Not just me, not just him, but a whole bunch of us kids. So, which kind of leads me to talking about what I'm going to be doing on Friday. And Friday I want to talk about, and I've got nothing planned, it's all just going to happen as it happens, but I want to talk about after school special activities, stuff that we did after school. Doesn't everybody hate themselves? Yeah, I guess so at some point. I don't necessarily hate myself. There's been a lot of time in my life where I haven't exactly been able to appreciate myself or like myself, and I have quite often hated myself, but mainly just for being me, not for something like I've done, but just for being me. But what are you going to do? You know, and that's where I'm like, well, can I just be someone else, right? You know, who could we turn into, or who could we just let take over, rather, right? An old man? Should I just be an old man and just give into that old man persona that pretty much has ruled me lately, you know? Or maybe just identify myself as somebody else, or like, right, like that girl in Nebraska or somebody, and she identified herself as being a black woman, and would put on all her information that she was a black woman, and yada yada yada. And she was a white girl and had white parents, and they were like, she's kind of kooky, but you know, whatever. And she was part of an organization as a black person, and she just was not a black person. She just identified as a black person, right? So I'm thinking, okay, well, if you can do that, can I then identify as a middle-aged pregnant black woman? Can I do that? Can I just go out into the world, put a belly on myself, cornrow my hair, right, and maybe darken my skin by getting a tan or something, like that lady? I think she just over-tanned or something, and go for it, right? You just live for self. That's what my life is, self-torture. It's not I'm not doing it to myself. I guess in the big picture maybe I am, but for the most part I'm just taking what I got and taking what I get and just saying, thank you, sir, may I have another? Because it's coming at me daily. I'm just getting pummeled with pain and torture, but I ain't bringing it on. I ain't doing it. So I don't think I can call it self-torture. But am I allowed to identify myself as a middle-aged pregnant black woman? Is that a thing? Is that allowed? I mean, if other people can identify themselves as something other than what they are, then where's the harm in that? Am I going to offend somebody? I mean, I'm offended every day when I go out there in the world and see what's going on. Does anybody care that they're offensive to others? No, not really. So how offensive would it be for me to do that? I don't know. Or just become one of my personas. You know, just become one of those character voices. And just do that all the time. What the hell? What the hell's going on over here? Hey, fuck you, you asshole. You piece of shit. You know, and run around the world just doing that guy. You know. Hey, I don't fucking think so, dickwad. I could do that. At this point, would I even care if I offended anyone? Whatever no, probably not, right? Because that's what I see out there in the world. I see everybody doing as much as they can to piss off the other guy just so they can go, hey, fuck you. What are you going to do about it, huh? Come on, motherfucker. Slam down an energy drink and then dive on your face and start beating, right? And that's what you see out there. So would I care if I offended anyone? Why? Why would me doing what I want, what makes me feel good, why would I care if it offended anyone else, right? When that happens daily, second by second, everywhere. Self-gratification. You know? Everybody's on their own personal fucking orgasmic trip every second of every day. Well, I guess I could try that to Jimmy Stewart, but that would just be something crazy, wouldn't it? I don't do a great Jimmy Stewart. He'd have some weird poetry. It's weird to listen to Jimmy Stewart read his own poetry. Well, there's a dog named Rex, and boy, he really had me vexed. Just a weird fucking... I remember seeing him read his shit on, like, The Tonight Show. Yeah, see, Andy Kaufman, he really gave himself over to the voices in his head, right? And I don't know that I would be able to completely do that. I'm too wrapped up in reality, I guess. But without doing a whole bunch of hallucinogens, I don't think I could let myself go into a character completely 100% all of the time. I just it would scare my wife and daughter, first of all, and I don't think I could do that. So it would be something that I would only have to be able to do part-time, and that just wouldn't be the same as just giving over to it. If I was alone and single and didn't have anything to, yeah, of course I'd probably be dead already, but I could do that, and I wouldn't feel like I'm scaring anyone or letting anyone down, right? But I don't think I could go full Andy Kaufman or even full Val Kilmer when he used to get into a character like Jim Morrison. I don't think I could do that either. I can go halfway, but I can't get there all the way because I know if I did, I'd probably stay. I think if I found a character that I enjoyed being all the time, then I would not want to come out of that, right? So great actors are able to do that, but they're able to come out and then shake it off and go into another one, right? But are they really? And how much of those characters stay with them in their head? Because they lived that person for 6 months or a year or whatever, getting ready for the role and then performing, And then one of those horrible things about acting in movies and TV is you spend all of your time getting ready to perform and waiting to perform, and very little time actually performing on screen or on stage, right? And that leads to a sense of boredom, like is unlike anything in the world. So you get actors who just stay in the character. And yeah, exactly, Val and Jim, where they just stay in character throughout the whole run of the picture, before the movie and during the shoot, and then sometimes even after the shoot, during the if they haven't gotten into another role yet, they're still that guy when they go out on the premiere of the movie, or they're into another character, so that they can shake off that previous character, like Jim Carrey did at the Oscars when he showed up as that. He looked like Rob Zombie. I mean, he's a long hair and a long beard and just kind of a crazy guy. And it was, I think he did that because he was shaking off whatever character he had been doing prior to that. And I don't necessarily like actors who go too far with a character, so that when they come back, you're like, who the hell is this guy, right? Jim Carrey has a tendency to go way overboard. Also, Johnny Depp has a tendency to go way out there doing a character. But Johnny Depp, he goes way out there to do a character, but he never comes all the way back. And if he does, he brings that character back with him. And he's got bits of these characters hanging in his persona now, which is really weird. For Johnny Depp, it seems to work. But if you look and talk to Johnny Depp, you see all of these little bits of those characters that have stayed in him. And he can't shake them loose. He can't. At any second, he could just go right into Jack Sparrow or Edward Scissorhands or what's that other guy? He can just go. He can just go, and he can just go. And I think that's because he's not able to, because he's not an actor, right? Johnny Depp. He never wanted to be an actor. He just fell into it, And I think because he's not an actor, he's not able to shake off characters 100% and leave them and go on to another one. He's always dragging little bits and little bobbles along from the past stuff that he's doing. What's wrong with the little fog hat, Jim Carrey, right? There you go. Yeah, acting is a very, very strange profession. It is. All you do is pretend to be someone else, right? And you live in a fantasy world. You're constantly dictated, most of the time, in most acting, you're dictated exactly what to do and how to do it and what to say and how to say it, right? So you have to live in this bubble, right, within a box, within a book or a script. I mean, it's just really weird. And then all the time in preparation, getting ready for a role, and then losing yourself in that role, only to have to try to find yourself again to get into another role and lose yourself into that one. You know, no wonder they go through relationships, because they're never the same fucking person. And especially if you're like Johnny Depp, who just cannot leave a character 100% behind and move on, you know, then how are you to have a relationship when you're never really the same person? Ed Wood, that was one of those early ones that he did. That was kind of like, this kid, you know. And then after he did that, I think he was still on 21 Jump Street, right? And he started even in the first season, by the second or third season, he wanted to make that character on 21 Jump Street weird, and he did. He once wanted to start an episode of him completely covered in peanut butter with no explanation at all. And if you watch the later episodes where he's in there on occasion, because he's just showing up to keep his name in the show so that the show will keep going, right? And he had already left and started doing movies, and he was still doing the show. But he was able to then put his twist on the character. And his character got sent to prison at the end of his term on the show, right? Fucking bizarre, you know? Just fucking bizarre. His character just had this weird arc. Goody-goody two-shoes cop who wanted to be a detective, thrown in with a bunch of weirdos, all of a sudden becomes the weirdo, and now he's in prison for murder for life. It's like, wow. Of course, he must have got out, because he was in that movie 21 Jump Street with what's-his-face and dipshit. So there you go. And there you have it. There it is. It's 7:30 here in the AM, July 14, 2025. And I'm going to wait for you to leave a comment while I run and take a whiz. I'll be right back, people. Don't go anywhere. All right? right, I'm back, baby. I'm back, baby. Anywho, I guess I can turn this off for a few minutes here because it is a little cool in here. And I'll turn that on for a little sound and to keep the air circulating in here. So, we finished watching JT this morning. I put it in the comments, so if you didn't get to watch it with us, finish watching it, I highly recommend it. It was a great educational film, and it definitely teaches kids a lesson for sure. I mean, the kid in the story had a definite character arc there. Positive. Tomorrow we're going to talk about the Civil War, the Ken Burns documentary series from PBS. And today's 4 o'clock movie is A Jury of Her Peers, about a woman accused of killing her husband. Tomorrow's 4 o'clock movie is A Class Divided, where a teacher in the 60s takes her classroom and divides them up to show how discrimination works, and she does random discriminations in the class and then makes the kids live up to those, uphold those discriminations, right? So it's really weird experiment, social experiment done with kids. Wednesday we're going to listen to and discuss The Green Hornet, because it's something that we were talking about last week. So he was great as Hunter S. Thompson. Where the Buffalo Roam. Another movie I have not seen. Right? Is that? No, that was Bill Murray, Where the Buffalo Roam. But I haven't seen that one either. The one about Las Vegas. Is that what it is? Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. That's what it was, right? So I haven't seen either of those. I haven't seen either Hunter S. Thompson movie. So there you go. It's just one of those things that happens. You know, somebody says, "Oh man, you gotta see it, you gotta see it," and then I won't. I just won't for decades. So don't say I should see it, because I won't. So I'm going to see if I want to see it. I'm going to check it out, look for some of these trailers, look for some of these films, download them into my digital file, and then probably sit on them a while before I actually get, Fear and Loathing. So, I had friends that were like into that movie, and they were always quoting it, and they wouldn't shut up about it, and they were constantly saying, "Dude, you got to watch it, come on, we got to watch it," and I was like, eh. And that's the way I've been my whole life. Anytime somebody says you have to do something, even if it's good for me, I won't do it. And it's just one of those horrible personality traits. I like pretty much most of what I've seen from Johnny Depp. I don't recall anything from him that I haven't liked. So yeah, I'll probably buy that. I'm sure there's probably something out there that's kind of like one of those dramas or romance things I'll probably not be into. But I'm going to assume that everything that you've seen of Johnny Depp you like. So don't watch something you don't like, and you won't have to retract that comment. I don't know how I don't like it if I don't watch it. Exactly. So I just don't watch it. So yeah, I'll investigate some Hunter S. Thompson movies and see what we get. I think it's just those two are about the same thing, about the same period in the guy's life, I think, but we'll see. Like I said, I don't know too much about it. I know that one is Bill Murray and one is Johnny Depp, and I've kind of had a falling out with Bill Murray since I found out his mistreatment of his best friend Harold Ramis, and then only made up with him upon his dying. on his deathbed, and then made a big ordeal out of it. Look at me, I'm Bill Murray. So I've kind of had a falling out with him, as I've had a falling out with Robin Williams, just for dying, right? I mean, I stuck with that sad clown for a long time, and he helps me to survive. And then what does he do? So I'm still kind of... Yeah, Dead Man, I like that one. That's the black and white one. I like that one. That's a good one. Really weird. I like weird. I could have seen him as one of the Young Guns, right? I could have seen him in Young Guns 2, or even a Young Guns 3 had they done one a couple of years later. And they should have. They should have done a trilogy back then. They're talking about doing a Young Guns now, which is really fucking stupid because they're all old Young Guns. I think had they made a third Young Guns back in the 80s, that it would have behooved them to involve Johnny Depp, right? I mean, shit, they brought in Christian Slater for the second one. Maybe Helen Slater for the third one, because she was, whew. You remember the movie, The Legend of Billie Jean? Right? That's a hell of a movie right there, The Legend of Billie Jean, with her and her brother Christian Slater, Helen Slater, Christian Slater, and it's just one of those, oops, now we're kids in trouble and we're bad kids and now we got to run from the law kind of movies, We didn't mean it, but now we're in trouble. Like Wisdom. Speaking of Emilio Estevez, remember the movie Wisdom? All right? Which is a remake of some other movie. But it's got him and his then girlfriend Demi Moore. And he wrote and directed and produced the movie Wisdom, about those two kids on the run, robbing stores or something like that. Yeah, one of them there weird movies. But that was another good one. I like that one. Hot, man. It's totally hot. Yeah. Yeah. Helen Slater was hot. Demi Moore was hot. Helen Slater, she kind of went sideways with acting, really. I wonder what happened to Helen Slater. I'll have to dig her up. But, like, Demi Moore, she went superstar and went, super diva. And then there are some actresses who don't do that. They don't go super diva. They don't go superstar. They don't go super celebrity. And therefore, they don't get those roles and they don't get noticed. And they kind of fall to the wayside. And I think that was kind of Helen Slater. She was awesome. And then she just kind of faded off. And her brother kind of had a career that went up, especially in the 90s. And then he just kind of fell off as well. He did a bunch of stuff, but he wasn't A-list material like he was when he was a kid. Pump Up the Volume in 1990. Is that what it was? 90 or 91? Pump Up the Volume. Heathers. It's another great one, Heathers. There's a few other movies from that period in his life that he was just knocking it out. Knocking it fucking out. That's Sean Connery when he was young. The Name of the Rose, I think is what it was. And then I think the last thing that I really saw with Christian Slater in that I enjoy was Wind Talkers with Nicolas Cage, right? Oh yeah, if we're still talking Johnny Depp, Sleepy Hollow, probably one of my favorites. It is a sleeping pill movie for me. Like I've said before, sleeping pill movies are movies that I watch when I want to go to sleep. And they're movies that I love, movies that I've seen countless times, right? So it's easy for me to get into it and relax during it. And usually with a sleeping pill movie, I'll put it on at a specific point in the movie, just after the credits somewhere, you know, a couple of minutes to 10 minutes in. And then I'll put my timer on about an hour after that. So I will usually be asleep within about 10 or 15 minutes from where I start. And Sleepy Hollow is one of those that I will put on, because if I want to watch it and stay up, it's no problem. It's enjoyable. But at any point during it, I can say, okay, time to nod off, and I can turn it down a little bit, roll over and listen to it, and just fade. Because it's in my head. It's repetitious. It's been there a million times. If I try to go to sleep with the room dark and quiet with not a sound, I'll be awake all night long, staring at my eyeballs, at my eyelids. Really. It's horrible. Insomnia sucks. So I've often used television and movies to get me through. There's a few Star Trek movies that I've used. Just so many films that are in my sleeping pill repertoire. Yeah. Johnny Depp movies are in there. Yeah, Sleepy Hollow. Definitely Edward Scissorhands was one of them. There's a few right around that period there where he just did a bunch of weird characters, you know. And I really dig those early bizarre characters. I'm not really into movies post 80s, right? 90s, 2000s. I start to fade out. Fewer movies in the 90s I like, and then even fewer in the 2000s, and then very few in the 2010s, and now we're in the 2020s, and I'm like finding very little that I can enjoy that's coming at me new. And it's just because I didn't watch movies and TV for so long that where I've picked up now is so different from where I stopped back in the 90s. So we're looking at like 30 years later, I'm getting into movies and TV and music again, and I'm having a difficult time navigating it successfully, because if you go from here to there with no lead, it's just a huge jump that's completely different. It's foreign. It's alien to me. I just can't get into a lot of what's going on. The special effects are too hokey in their animated stuff. You know, I mean, like the superhero movies, I cannot stomach. Because you see these superheroes bouncing around and doing all kinds of stuff and getting flung. It's like watching Harry Potter get slung around on that thing and beat up by that broomstick, right? His bodies does things that's unnatural. The superheroes, their bodies are doing things that seem totally animated, yet people are buying into it. And another thing with these superhero movies is they desensitize us and get us so used to watching other humans getting wiped out and destroyed like that. A building will be coming down because of a fight with a superhero and a bad guy, right? And this building is coming down, and you literally see people falling out of the building and people getting crushed as the building comes, and it's okay because it's animated. No, in your psyche, it's fucking real, man. People are getting desensitized to this stuff through superhero movies, all right? Being convinced that it's okay to see thousands of people die in an instant, and that you're somehow super yourself because you're living through the eyes of that character. So now you have this false sense of what is real and what isn't, right? And it's crazy because the kids are seeing this, right? And then the kids do other things like do that ninja fucking show, right? Marvel, just take it away from me. But that ninja stuff too, I mean, we're teaching the kids to be physical and active, but they're going to see themselves as superheroes, because even some of those guys see themselves as Captain NBC. They see themselves as heroes. So then you're going to see these kids who are going to go out and live like this, but they're also going to live this vigilante life that they're seeing in superhero movies and seeing in reality with guys wearing masks and doing protests and stuff. So where's this going to lead? It's going to lead us down a dark fucking path, and we're already going there. Superhero movies are a full-blown catalyst to where we're going, and it's not a good place. You know, there are no values being taught to children watching these superhero movies when they see thousands of people killed in an instant because of somebody running amok. And it's okay because the superhero is going to fix it. He's going to make it all better. No, he's not. He's not going to go around the planet and turn back time like, you know, the 80s Superman and fix it. No. We're going to let those people die so we can prove a point and have a, you know, a memorial, and it's just ridiculous. It's just fucking ridiculous. I hate those fucking superhero movies with a passion. I used to enjoy them until I started watching them over and over again and saw the programming involved. Full-blown programming. And they're programming our kids, because our kids are the audience. Not just the big kids who grew up on Superman and superheroes and all that stuff, you know. But the kids. The adults who are living this fantasy, superhero fantasy bullshit, are the ones that read the original comics and, you know, saw the original movies. So they want to see it. I don't want to see this new crap. I want the original Batman, the original Superman. Give me the original Spider-Man series, the original Hulk. Give me that shit over what's going on today, because there's so much programming involved with what they're throwing at us. It's just, it's gross. It's disgusting. You know, you got kids running around being these superheroes, right? Hulk smash. How many times have you seen Hulk smash in the new Hulk movies, where there's no remorse and he just Hulk smash and kills 8 guys in a tank. Hulk smash and flips over a Jeep and wipes out a bunch of people because he's pissed off. Hulk smash, and then good guys are killed because he's mad. You know, watch that shit. Watch how many good average citizens die in those fucking movies. You can't even calculate. When an entire building collapses, there's got to be thousands upon thousands of people dying in one fucking oops by a fucking superhero. You know, the bad guys are here running amok because they're there to fight the superheroes. The superheroes need to take themselves off planet Earth and live the fuck out there and defend planet Earth from out there, because they're not coming for us, they're coming for you. And why fight them on our territory, right? It's stupid, you know. It invites all of these ideas and thoughts that are wrong for little kids to have, right? Like watching the wrestling. And even basketball nowadays. You can't even get a good lesson out of a basketball game, because you've got these guys out there just running amok, punching each other, knocking each other down. Foul, foul. They didn't even get hurt, but they're on the ground crying, foul, so they can get another point or another chance at another. It's like fucking bunch of prima donnas and pussies and assholes, arrogant fucking me, self-involved narcissists. You know, and then who do you got out there watching all this shit? Little kids who are learning that shit. And you see every generation of basketball player getting worse. Every generation of football player getting worse. Every generation of whatever is going on. Every generation it magnifies. And the media, movies, television, mainstream this, social media that, it's all making it happen. It's all bringing it out. There's not much that kids learn from their parents nowadays. They usually learn stuff from social media, TV, movies, mostly social media, right? So they're constantly controlled and manipulated on a scale that is way beyond anything that was happening in the 80s. You know, and then parents have fallen victim to that too. So while the kids are being unsupervised doing their bullshit and whatever they're watching and whatever they're into, the parents are doing the same fucking thing. And they're watching the same crap, and they're being programmed, and they're being rewritten to think this way and do that, and to not give a shit about so many. That's why we have so much going on in the world, and especially in the country, about people's rights, and marginalizing people, and looking at people as something other than human, right? They're not like us, so we can evict them. We don't need them around anymore. They're just a bother, right? So we just put a label on people. The label is usually the color of their skin. And then we can, you know, just decide to phase them out, you know. And the world is just, the world is in a hurting place right now. And it's just getting worse. And programming upon programming upon programming, especially through social media, is just making it easier and easier and easier to care, to just flat out give a shit. Right? We don't need to care about those people. It's just it's not real. It's just here. So why do we have to worry about it? It doesn't involve me, so I won't worry about it. And then if it does involve you, how involved are you going to get? Commenting, posting, sharing, liking, disliking, giving it a sad face? How involved are you going to get? Is that the extent of your involvement? Commenting on social media, or are you going to get out there and do something? And if you're going to get out there and do something, are you going to be one of those kooks who think you're a superhero and wear a mask and throw bottles, right? How are you going to react? And what are you reacting to? Is it even real? Is it just contraband? Is it just bullshit? Is it just bullshit that somebody's trying to pass off as reality? Because there's a lot of that going on right now. There's a lot of fake reality out there. And if you haven't got the wherewithal to look through it, if you're living in it and you're the frog in the pot of cold water that's been turned up to boil, so you didn't jump out of the pot, you didn't get thrown into a boiling pot. You were put into a pot when it was cool, and you're just in there. And it gets turned up to boiling, and you just roast because you have been acclimatized to it the entire time it's been happening. They've worked you up to seeing things their way by feeding you little bits at a time. And now you're so far gone that you can't look back at how you used to be, right? You can't see the person that you used to be. Because once again, humans, we are designed to move on and forget and just move forward and keep forgetting and moving on and forgetting and moving on, right? We remember a few things that have emotion tied to them, but for the most part, we just keep moving on, you know? And I remember when things were not like this, when people weren't so easily programmed. And they're so programmed now that you can't even mention the fact to them that they may have been oh, fuck you, how dare you, I'm a programmed, you know, you're one of those, huh? Oh, okay. Well, if you haven't been programmed, then who are one of those, and why am I one of those? And well, I see it all the time, you know. There you go. And a lot of us fall into that trap, where we just constantly video, social media, comment, post, video, and it's all day long. I see it everywhere I go. We were at that club the other night on Friday night, and most of the people there were with somebody else, and yet they were still on their phones, posting. Sometimes somebody'd be doing a video of what was going on, but then they'd be right back on their phone, posting and sharing and liking and watching. And then you're at a place to watch music and listen to music, and I'm seeing people watching videos. It's like, is this what humans have become, right? I just want to walk around, and I want to walk around with like an ice cream cart, right? And the ice cream cart is a giant mechanical shredder, right, for big, heavy-duty stuff. And I just want to walk around and take people's phones and throw them into the shredder and walk away and push my cart down the road and say, hey, you got your phone? Give me your phone there. Let me check it out. And whoosh, right into the shredder, right? And they can have it back. I'll put it in a bag for them and give it back to them. Here's your phone. Now go live your life. I'd be doing them a fucking favor, right? No, they wouldn't see that. They'd see it as vandalism. They'd see it as theft, you know. They'd see it as a hate crime, you know. I'm saving your life, right? Giving you back your life. That would just, it would be impossible. Mainly because people wouldn't go for it. There's no way you could take somebody's phone away nowadays, you know. They used to say no phones on planes. They used to say no phones in concerts, no phones here, no phones there. Now you can pretty much take your phone anywhere you want because they know that it is an appendage and people are addicted. And if you take people's phones away, they just won't go. What do you mean I can't? Well, I'm not going there if I can't have my phone, if I can't use my phone, if I can't do this. That's the way it is. They're addicted. People go through withdrawals without their fucking phone. I leave the house without my phone. I have two phones. One that's all my internet crap, apps and that kind of shit. And one that's just a phone. One that's just a phone and my maps and texting and that kind of crap. No apps. No apps at all. No entertainment, no social media apps, right? It's just a phone and a directional device and a search, you know, how do I find this? And I will often leave both of those phones at home and be in my car leaving the house and go, oh, I forgot my, fuck it, I don't need it. You know, especially if my wife and daughter, one of them are around, because they're going to have a phone. What do I need my phone for if they have theirs? If I'm alone and I'm going a far piece from home, I may want to have my phone in case of an emergency. But I don't care. I'll put my fucking thumb out and walk home. You know? Yeah, times have really changed. I heard that in the latest Superman, because of the times, Superman is referred to as an immigrant, right? They're gonna kick him off the planet because they don't want him. He's an immigrant. You're just gonna bring more of your kind. Look, there come more, right? No, times have really changed, and it's those damn phones that have done it. When phones were like this, all right. When this was a phone, it was a phone. Yeah, you could take pictures on it and you could text, but it was basically just a phone, and it wasn't a device that had any control over you other than that with which you allow it, right? I need a phone. Where's my phone? I need to take a picture. I need to send a text. I need to make a call. That was it. Yeah, the iPhone, the smartphone. It was the smartphone that did it. The smartphone came along. The iPhone came along. It enabled entire countries and entire governments to control people on a scale that was unfathomable. It was without fathom. And it's not just scary to see what's happened in the last 20, 25 years. And it's not just scary to see what's happened with smartphones in the last, 15, 16 years or so. But what it's gonna look like. Not just what we've seen and what we've seen recently, real recently in the last few years, but the road ahead. More of the same. And we see that it doesn't matter. Votes don't matter. People don't matter. The average citizen doesn't matter. What we want doesn't matter. It's what big company, big business, high finance, the lobbyists, it's what those of power want. And we're seeing that, and they're getting away with it. And we're allowing it to happen. And while we could use smartphones and social media to change that, they're using it against us, programming us to think the wrong way about what's going on and to act the wrong way about what's going on. But they're also reprogramming us at speeds and levels that, God, are just bizarre. And because they put these phones in the hands of younger and younger and younger humans, they're getting more of an education with their phones than they are in school, right? Yeah, what it's done to people's relationships, that is really disturbing. How people use the phones to have relationships, how the relationships are dictated by the stuff on their phones, how people use phones against each other. Well, I looked on your phone and I saw this text from this person and yada, 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 right? And don't pick up my phone, don't get on my phone. It was like back in the day, women don't go in men's wallets and men don't go in women's purses, that kind of thing. Well, it kind of led into you don't go on somebody's telephone. And now we lock our phone so that our spouse or our significant other can't get on the phone to see what we've been doing and who we've been talking to, right? Are you kidding me? My wife has access to everything on my phone at any time. Both phones, both laptops. My daughter knows the codes to all of my devices and can get into all of my devices. Our daughter knows everything about our personal information. She could buy and sell us like that, right? And it's because I trust them. You know, there's a sense of trust there. My personal relationships have really suffered due to texting. Really? That sucks. That sucks that we allow those things to fuck up our lives. You know? That's fucked up. You know, I won't ask, but yeah, texting can really screw things up if you've got people who like to read other people's texts, misunderstand what's going on. If you've got something to hide, that's a big bummer at first. If you got something to hide, then then you have something that's going to be found out at somebody. Nobody calls on the phone anymore. My wife made me pull out our landline phone. This thing used to ring. This phone here used to ring. Nobody called. It was always a scam. I never got phone calls on that. So, and I rarely get phone calls. Usually when I get a phone call, it's a text. I mean, it's a scam, or it's my wife or daughter. And usually that's in a text. So yeah, I get social services calls me once in a while. Not too many people call me. You're right. I wish Miriam would call me, my secretary. I wish she would call me. If she would call me, I would answer the phone because she's my secretary. So there you go. But Miriam doesn't call much either. I wish she was in the next room because I'd say, hey, take a memo. There you go. I don't know, I keep showing that photo of Miriam, my secretary, to see if I'm going to get in trouble for showing bare breasts on a live show. But it's a photo. And it's not a child. So, is that bad? If I showed my boobies, would it be bad? Right? I mean, what's bad anymore? You know? And can I identify myself as a middle-aged pregnant black woman? Right? I don't know. I never had a chance to talk on the phone growing up. We were transient. We were usually homeless, living in a van or a trailer or a tent or down by the river. And I think we had a phone once growing up. In 1979 or 80, we had a phone for about 6 months until it got disconnected. They didn't pay the bill. They being my parents. They didn't even do laundry. So we were lucky to eat, let alone have a phone for 6 months during my childhood. I still remember phone numbers of friends from growing up, and random phone numbers from that period. I didn't get to talk on the phone. If I wanted to talk on the phone, I'd go up to a payphone and call my friends. Literally. All right, I'll call you. No, you can't call me back. Why not? Because I'm at a payphone. Oh. Yeah, like that. Totally, man. So yeah, like I said, I'm going long today because my wife's still asleep. We stayed up late. I didn't get my channel stuff up and programmed until almost 11 o'clock last night. So yeah, you really don't know anybody anymore. But we never did, right? It seemed like we had more of an opportunity to get to nobody, and we knew people better back when texting and social media wasn't the main way for us to get together, right? We used to get together at friends' houses. We used to get together at more parties and barbecues, sleepovers, school, after school. There was just more opportunity to get to know people. And now we just sit at home and swipe. Video, comment, post, like, share, comment, video. It's stupid. It's stupid how lazy humans have become socially, right? Where they're so interactive on the phone, and you get them out into the real world, and you can't get them to fucking say anything to you. And if they do, they're an asshole, or they're a Karen, or they're just stupid, and they haven't got anything intelligent to say because they're not used to talking to people one-on-one. They're used to quick little stupid comments that are abbreviated and really don't really mean anything unless you're involved in that conversation right this second, right? Yeah, I knew people a lot, but you don't know anybody now. Even the people you think you do, you don't, because they're on the other side. They're over there, right? And, you know, I'm always telling my wife when we're watching those serial killer shows and those shows about, you know, how could they have done that? How could somebody like that living in our neighborhood? Well, that happens all the time. You can throw a rock in your fucking neighborhood and hit somebody who's probably a pedophile or a rapist or a killer or just a fucking thief or a vandal or anything, right? You just pick up a rock and throw it. Close your eyes and throw it as far as you can, and it's going to land on somebody who's somewhat nefarious or devious in that manner, right? Somebody who's like, oh man, did their family know this guy? Probably not. Because it's so easy to hide in plain sight anymore. Because we don't have to come out. People don't come out and interact socially anymore, right? Because they don't. So why would they expect others to? You know, well, I don't want to talk to anybody. I'd rather just do this, you know. And so we don't go out of our ways to interact. So that nobody else is going to go out of their way. And it's dwindling down now to where you go to a doctor's office and it's silent except for tacking on a phone and the sound of stupid videos playing and swiping. And it's like, turn that shit down, dude. You know, I'm over there trying to actually read a real book, right, in a doctor's office, and I'm surrounded by 20 people on their phones. Does it make me feel special? Yeah, it makes me feel human. It makes me feel like a fucking person and not a fucking programmed robot. You know? Yeah, social skills are nil, man. Fucking nil. You try to talk to somebody, and they're usually quick to bite your fucking head off. Right? They're usually quick to pick a fight. But come on, motherfucker, what are you going to do about it? What? All I asked was, could you turn your phone down so that I don't have to hear your stupid fucking video? And now you want to pick a fight, and you're going to turn your phone up more? And that's the way it's become. No fucking social skills. Nobody apologizes to you. And if they do, it's sorry. as they're bumping past you, pushing past you while they're on their phone so they can stop your forward progress so they can reach in front of you at the supermarket and grab something off the shelf. Sorry. It's like, what, you couldn't fucking get behind me and wait like everybody else who's walking through the fucking supermarket getting shit? You're just going to rush around, sorry. I follow them around the market yelling, sorry. I do. They deserve it. They're fucking shitheads. They're shitheels. They need to be taught a lesson. And I am more than happy to teach somebody a lesson out in the world. If somebody pushes past me in the supermarket while they're on their phone to reach in front of me and stop my forward momentum just so they can grab something and say sorry at the corner of their face, not even look at me, I am going to follow them around the store, and I've done this before. Sorry. And then when I stop following them, once they know that it's me, I yell from across the store, sorry, and then I get right behind them in line, and I bump into them, and I say, sorry, and let that fucking sink in, The shit that they didn't learn in kindergarten, all right? Remember that poster, remember that book? Everything I need to know I learned in kindergarten. People don't learn that shit anymore. The first 5 years of your fucking schooling, not in your life, but your first 5 years of your life, your parents should know what the hell they're doing, right? They should have been certified to have you and raise you. The second 5 years, you should be learning how to take care of yourself, how to take care of others, how to be nice, how to love, how to cook, how to speak, how to read, how to write, how to do math. That's the first 5 years. You get into the next 5 years of school, and now you can start learning other social skills and history and science and that kind of stuff. The last 5 years of your schooling should be a trade or a graduate program. We're turning out just tons of morons. People are graduating, and then you try to ask them a simple question. How many presidents have there been? What was the first president? What was the 16th president? What happened on this date? And people are like, duh? I don't know. How many states are there? Name a state that begins with this. Name a state with this as its capital. And you got people that just go, and they say the most stupidest moronic things. And it's funny because we see it on these videos. We swipe through these videos of these people being asked these questions, and they're made to look stupid. They're not made to look stupid. They are stupid, period. All right? They're ignorant. They're ignorant of facts and history and laws even because they don't take the time to investigate, to learn. They don't want to. It don't mean anything to them. All they need to know is right here on this fucking phone. That's it. That's all they need to know. And you got people pulled over and think that it's okay for them to do what they've done, or to drive without a license, or that they don't have to stop, No social skills, no intelligence, no conjugation. That nobody thinks. Nobody actually thinks about things logically, right? Because they believe the bullshit they're programmed with. That's horrible. What kind of world is this, Where humanity just keeps getting dumbed down and on levels that are just fucking huge. It used to be the boob tube. You watch TV and you're an idiot. Well, yeah, if you watch TV and you just believe everything and you don't govern what you're watching or what your children are watching, well then yeah, you're going to wind up a fucking moron with your head full of garbage, right? And nowadays, you have to have a phone to get along in this world. So therefore, they have the opportunity to spoon feed you bullshit, right? Because it's not just, well, I'm not going to have any apps on my phone, but I am going to read this news thing that pops up because it's already loaded onto my phone, so I'm going to read through that. They got you. They program. News isn't the news anymore. It's entertainment, all right? They don't write news anymore. They write entertainment blurbs. That's it. They're not there to educate you. They're not there to tell you the truth. They, being everybody who does this social media crap and feeds you this news and information that's supposed to be news, and it's not. It's propaganda. It's feeding your head a bullshit so that they can get you to think and act a certain way. That's it. It's not news anymore. Even the news programs is entertainment. It's news with commentary, social commentary. In other words, it's this guy's opinion about what's going on, and it's more of his opinion than it's the actual facts. They show you a little blurb, so he's got something to talk about, but they don't give you the whole thing. They don't tell you all the facts, right? There's so much fucking going on right now that they can say one blurb and then talk about it this way and make you think this way. And then they show you the same blurb and they talk about it this way and get you to think that way about it. Right? It's like selling you bullshit. You know, they can sell you anything because you'll buy it. That's just how they sell it to you. You know, get you to buy it. They'll get you to buy it. You know, will you buy it? Probably. And how long is it going to last before it's in the fucking landfill and you're going, wow, I shouldn't have bought that. I should have bought that. And then you bought that. California must really suck. So people still have manners thanks to the churches. There you go. It's not so much the church that's missing. It's because there's a lot of churches, believe me. We got like 20 churches up and down this friggin' valley here. It's not the churches so much as it's the family values that are missing. That's what's missing. It's the family values. And the phones have stripped us of those family values because they've reprogrammed us, right? Well, why should we care about people around us when social media says that we don't have to? Social media says that it's okay to not care about somebody because it's funny or it's entertaining, or superhero movies tell us that it's okay to not care about the masses because they're just going to get wiped out anyway. Fuck them. Has nothing to do with me. I'm not them. We're separating ourselves from other people, and that's a bummer. You know, California sucks for many reasons. Manners, the lack of manners, actually, it comes from the parents. And the parents' lack of social skills that's been handed down. And you're right, social media plays a big part in it. I don't necessarily believe that we need churches in order to give people better manners. I think that stronger family values would do the trick. And then it's up to the individual whether or not they want to go to church, right? But I think that if we started at home, and I kind of think that my own personal beliefs is that more people need to invest more time at home and, if you want to call it worshiping or praying or being religious, it needs to happen more at home and in home and less abroad. And if it does go out, you need to be more involved with the people that are around you, right? I've gone to church before. And I've seen people come in and nobody talks to each other. They talk to an occasional person, and on the way out, the occasional person will shake hands with the pastor or the reverend or the priest or whatever, and it's over. And maybe that's a California thing, right? Maybe that's a non-South, non-Southern thing. But I think that if more people invested time with their families at home, well, see, and family values, while they are learned in church, what I'm saying is that they should be learned more so at home, and we shouldn't need the church to teach our children family values. We should be strong enough at home and have strong enough family values at home without having to go outside the home to learn them. We should be going outside the home to bring those values to others and to share them, not to go outside the home to learn them and then barely bring them home. Because if we did bring them home, then we would have 3 or 4 generations living in the same frickin' house, and we don't. We just don't anymore. And that's a nationwide thing. That's not just a California phenomenon. That's a nationwide phenomenon where most households are individual families, individual generations. It's a married or unmarried couple, and some kids, right? And then usually it's like, boy, I can't wait till them kids are 18 so they can get out of my fucking house. And then we can go do vacation stuff again. And let's dare not have another kid. Let's not even have another dog, because we don't want the responsibility. We want to move on and move past that and leave this that we created and move on. And I don't see that. I have family values that mean that I am going to try to stay involved in my family as long as I created this family. Why would I not want to be involved? Why would I want to create a family and then say, okay, you're 18, it's time to split up the family, right? You go there and do your stuff, and me and Mom are going to go do our stuff. Give me a break, you know? Southern hospitality and knowing your neighbors is very important in the South. Well, it is here to me as well, and we try to do that here. We live in a small town, so it's easy to get to know people, especially shopping and living and going out and interacting with the world, but especially the people. We live in a little mobile home park, right? A trailer park with about 20 residences. And my wife especially, we go out of our way, but she especially, to know just about every one of our neighbors by name and know stuff about them so that she can interact with them, with their kids' names, maybe an occasional birth date, you know, what they like to eat, that kind of stuff. So we do try to, you know, exude that, you know, or share that sense of community, right? Because I never had it growing up, but when I did, it was usually living in a smaller, like trailer park or a mobile home park, where you got to know people around you and you relied on each other and depended on each other. So yeah, we share with our neighbors. We share meals. We share food, we share resources, we share rides, trips, you know, check the mail for people who can't get out, take people to the doctor, you know, that kind of stuff. So it's important for us to try to be a part of the community, not just be in the community, but be an active member, an active part of it. Even if it's just in our little tiny park, our little neighborhood, you know. And my daughter sees that, and she learns that. And that's the lesson that she's learning, to help. Even if you don't necessarily want to, right? Somebody needs help, and so you try to help the best you can, you know, without screwing yourself over, of course. Just caring, you know. I grew up with a lot of people giving a shit about me, more than I gave a shit about myself. And I'm just trying to pass that on, you know, just try to keep up with karma, whether it is or not, whether it's there or not, you know. I did look up some Bill Hicks, the comic, and I didn't find too much, but I was troubled for time because I was working on a video time machine. And I was also working on, over this weekend, working on this week and getting everything done. But it's still here in my notes for this week. So, as well as Leonard Peltier. And I did find some stuff from him in like 1983, an interview about Leonard Peltier, and I think he was in it. So I'm going to try to get copyright on some of that stuff and get the ability to use it and share it. If not fully, then in little blurbs in a time machine. Yeah, so I'll definitely, I make notes here. And thank you, WW. I will definitely investigate stuff. I posted the movies for the week. I think the last one I did was yesterday at some point. And I got all the movies and the whole channel programmed for the week. And then the rest of the 2 months is programmed out, except for the educational films. So I still need to upload 5 educational films every week. But I'm going to try to do that topically so that when I upload something, it has kind of something to do with what we were talking about the previous week. So there. Every once in a while I can see my sound spark when I'm not speaking, and I'm wondering if you guys are getting a click and a sound drop on occasion. I don't know if it's my little audio-video mixer heating up, but I may have to put a little fan on it to keep cool air blowing through it, to keep it cooled off. I'll have to look into that. I don't have my headphones on, so I can't hear what it sounds like. But anywho, wow, it's about 8:30. It's a long day, isn't it? It's a long one. I guess it's about... oh, you're getting close to lunchtime there, huh? No, never. See, now there's one of those ambiguous comments that come to me almost a minute after you're commenting, or you're hearing what to comment on. You're commenting no and never, and I have no idea what no and never means. No, never. Yeah, that's one of those things. That's one of those things that is weird about doing live and then reading comments, is that the 30-second to 40-second delay and the way my brain works. We go 10 seconds down the road, and I'm like, what was I talking about? If you notice, I go off on these tangents, or I'll start talking about something and then completely redirect onto something else, and then I can't get back to that topic for some time, or maybe not at all. And that's just because my brain is disconnected from itself. That's just the way it is. You know, a head injury when I was a kid, and then, you know, decades of smoking pot. That'll do it. That's what I thought. Looking at my stuff at 8:30, I thought, all right, it's got to be just almost lunchtime there. Too early. I'm going to be having a late breakfast, and then probably an early lunch. I want to try to eat more than I ate yesterday, and the only way to do that is to eat more often. I don't have to eat a lot, but I have to eat more often. If I eat like every couple of hours instead of like every 4 hours, then I'll eat more. If I only eat every 4 or 5 hours, then my stomach stays small, and I eat a little bit, and I'm like, I'm full. And I don't want to eat anything anyway. I've got such a shitty appetite lately. So I need to eat a big breakfast, which is a big giant heaping bowl of porridge, right? My wife's like, what's porridge? Porridge, and I'm like, porridge. It's like mush. It's like that stuff I eat in the morning. She's like, oh, why don't they just say that? No. You know, peas porridge hot, peas porridge cold, peas porridge in a pot 9 days old. I said that. She just laughed and said, loco. So, yeah, and then I'm going to have to eat something substantial for lunch so I can go after a big dinner. I don't know what. We brought home some of that leftovers from yesterday, so that'll probably be involved. Maybe beans and a tamale for lunch. And then, I don't know, maybe a big bowl of soup for dinner. Big bowl of soup. I like soup. And I like soup for dinner because the no never was about the sound dropping off. Oh, okay, cool. That helps because I don't have my phones on and I can't tell what my sound is doing. After you wear the phones for a while, your ears get kind of sweaty. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like sweaty ears. In the summertime, when I sleep, and it's hot, oh man, my ear up against the pillow, it will get sweaty, right? I hate that. I hate that feeling. I totally hate it. Yeah. You know what just popped into my head is those mudslides. Remember when we were young and we'd hear about those mudslides in like England or Ireland or Scotland or something, and it would be like this coal mine where they had all of this pile of stuff outside the coal mine, you know, and then it would storm and all of that would just get saturated after weeks of raining, and then it would just wash down onto the village. And there was one that all of that washed down right over the top of a school, right? And there were like very few survivors. It like took almost the entire town's population of children, right? Man, I remember seeing a documentary about them, an old color or black and white documentary. I think it was on TV. Man, that was pretty heavy. That was one of those things that really tripped me out, you know. And then you go to school the next day, and you're looking around thinking, gee, what could happen in my school? And of course, there's absolutely nothing that could possibly happen in your school. There's no, you know, nothing bad around. And then here comes a tornado, you know, or a plane falls out of the fucking sky and just, right? Fucking crazy. Fucking crazy. But to live in a village where most everybody in the village works in the mine, most everybody who works in the mine is at work, and after weeks of raining, the saturated ground gives way, and all of that silt, all of that stuff, that crushed stuff that's just mud, just comes washing down over the school, right? Fucking A. That documentary blew my mind, man. But what really blew my mind was the interviews with the people who were involved, you know, and how most of them were so almost unemotional and more matter-of-fact, like they were either in shock or it was just the way they were. Yeah, we lost 3 children. Yes. Never gonna have children again. It's the last of it. And I'm like, wow, man. These people are... Is that British strength? Is that, you know, what it is? You know? I don't know, man. The English, the Scottish, the Irish. It's really heavy. You know, looking back at those old war films, documentaries, and news broadcasts and newsreels and stuff, where the British are walking around, everything's bombed out and burning around them, and they got a newspaper and a pipe, and they're walking around, or a guy with a cane's talking to somebody, you know, and it's like, yeah, no problem. The Blob, oh yeah, that was a great one. I've got that one, and The Blob 2, which was a sequel to that. And then, of course, the 1983, is that what it was? The 1980s version of The Blob. But it was like in the 70s, they made a Blob 2. And then, in the 80s, they redid The Blob. Stiff upper lip, yep. Cheerio, chop chop, stiff upper lip. And all that. Yeah, we're watching the Miss Fisher mysteries, murder mysteries, and while it's in Australia, there's a lot of that. There's a lot of, you know, forgotten country, stiff upper lip and all that. Yeah, weird stuff, man. And some of those interviews with those people in those floods and those mudslides and stuff, you know, or during the war, you know, and how just disconnected they were from what was going on, or they're disconnected from their emotions, you know, how. And I see that sometimes in America, where you know that somebody's just losing it, but then they get on the news and they're talking to the newscaster, you know, and it's like, how could you even talk to somebody, let alone have some camera stuffed in your face and be able to talk about what's killing you inside right now? Are you kidding me? And I mean, unless you're looking for somebody and you need to get a message out, hey, I need to find this person, help me find this person. How could you get on there and talk about how horrible it was or how horrible you feel? I mean, oh. Yeah, Steve McQueen, that's one of the first movies that I saw Steve McQueen in as a kid. And of course he did some TV too, right about the same period, right? Like a bounty hunter dude. I was just talking to my wife the other night about how Steve McQueen would be on camera, would be in a scene with multiple other actors, even of his caliber or more. And everybody else would just be kind of hanging back, letting the current actor emote and do their part, right? And kind of be subdued in the moment so that that person would have their limelight, right? And not Steve McQueen. He was always upstaging people. He was always cleaning his fingernails, you know, and mugging the, you know, stuff and you know, finding something to scratch, you know, or, you know, tugging on, you know, just doing something, anything, so that you're watching this guy and then all of a sudden there's movement over here, and you got to see what he's doing. You know, what's he doing? Is he picking his tooth with that knife? You know, it's like, yeah, Steve McQueen. And he would piss off his fellow actors because they knew what he was doing. And he would do it all the time. And he got a reputation for upstaging his fellow actors nonchalantly without them really knowing about it. And then they'd watch the dailies and go, you son of a bitch. How's anybody supposed to concentrate on what I'm saying when you're over there, you know, trying to flick a bug off your arm? You know, I mean, come on, dude. Come on. Yeah, that would probably bug the average actor. But he was really good about stealing the moment away from somebody. You know, he was one of a kind. In fact, if you look in the, if you watch the Video Time Machine Friday, you see a little PSA for cancer awareness by Ally McGraw. And Ally McGraw is doing that because she had just lost her boyfriend, her man, her guy, Steve McQueen, to cancer. So she was still reeling from that, and that's why she did that PSA for cancer. So I put that in there because I think we had been talking about Steve McQueen last week as well. And if not, I had been thinking about him. Steve McQueen used to come through our hometown of Lake Elsinore, California, back when it was just called simply Elsinore. And they did the Elsinore Grand Prix, and it was this motorcycle race that took place through the town of Elsinore and then went out onto the lake bottom and through the dirt and the sand and along the water and stuff, and then it would come back into town and go up. And it was just this huge race, right? And Steve McQueen was a big part of it. He was there almost every year. And Honda even designed the Elsinore motorcycle after that town and that race, the Honda Elsinore. Yeah, totally. So Steve McQueen has always been a big kind of part in my life, because while I haven't lived in Elsinore, I didn't live there my whole life, and never got to see a race, those stories and photographs and stuff were part of the history of our town. I had friends that used to go there regularly and watch. If you watch the movie On Any Sunday, a motorcycle movie, On Any Sunday, that's got Steve McQueen in it racing through our town. And all of the shots, a lot of the shots of him racing through a town and on the dirt track in that one is all filmed in Elsinore, California. He does a lot of cross-country stuff in that too, I believe. But and then there's one, I believe, that was all, I just saw one recently that was all about Steve McQueen and his motorcycle adventures. I don't recall what that was. Check it out. Just type in Steve McQueen. That's all you got to do. Yeah, coming up with a persona or a character to stay with. Most of the time I use that guy, that son of a bitch, that fucking voice. That guy. Yeah, Bullet. Bullet's one of my favorite. Thomas Crown Affair, Papillon, Those are dramas. Those are heavy. I like Bullet because it's an action drama, and it's a cop show, and I like him as a cop. I just watched Bullet recently, and the driver of the other car that he races with in that, he's in a few movies, as a driver, as the guy driving. He does some acting, but because he's a driver, there's a few of those guys that are in movies who are actually drivers, so they put him in the movie as an actor, as that part, because they want to put him behind the wheel and show him behind the wheel really driving, and that's one of those movies, and I like that. I like it when they get the real guy driving, and you can see Steve McQueen driving most of the time in Bullet, and that's fucking awesome. I'm sure there's a few shots that he doesn't drive his car, but for the most part, he's driving the car all the time in Bullet. Yeah, best car chase ever, through old San Francisco, north, out of town, leaving from the Golden Gate, right, getting on the Golden Gate, or just getting on the highway after the Golden Gate. And they're driving around out there in areas now that are just probably nothing but houses, nothing but neighborhoods, nothing but development. And back then you could see a lot of the early infrastructure driving up on neighborhood roads before there's any houses, no sidewalks, just paved streets with concrete edges and street lights and that kind of shit, but all parceled out. Yeah, and now it's all developed. Everywhere you go now, it's developed. Any place along the highways and byways, it's getting overdeveloped. Part of Agenda 21, they're trying to get us all packed in along the highways. So when all the resources have been depleted and they're feeding us to ourselves, Soylent Green, they can do it easily because we're all along the major highways, and they can just kind of drive down the highway throwing Soylent Green out. But that's pretty much the way it's going to happen. And then they're gonna scare everyone out of the rural areas, with fires and floods and storms and whatnot. And they're just going to keep pushing us out. It's unsafe for you to be there, so you should move down into the cities. And that's going to happen more and more. Less and less property will be sold out there. So when those people are dead, their stuff can't be grandfathered onto somebody else. No, we're taking it. Eminent domain, baby. Yeah. It's a thing, It's a thing. The way they conquered this country, right? Oh my God. Yep, we're the smart ones, so we're gonna take it over. We have the more power, so we're gonna decide. And now we've got the boobs in D.C. deciding to just sell off our national parks. Why not? We don't fucking need them anymore. Who needs a national park? We need the money. That's what we need. We need some resources. We need some money. There's a lot of resources in them our hills. Well, mow the hill down and take the resources. Turn that giant mountain that we love to look at, turn it into a hole in the ground so you can get the money out of it, right? And you're going to take those resources, fix it into, create something out of it that you're going to sell to us at exorbitant prices just so we can put it back into the land as landfill. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous the way the circle of life is going for products now. Yep, dig it out of the ground, turn it into something that's crap, and then give it back to the earth as even worse crap. Yep. Yeah, back to churches and stuff. My wife is a church-going person, and we took our daughter to church, and she's Catholic, so she did the Catholic thing, and she did the first communion and the baptism and the all of that stuff, And then it came to my daughter, okay, you've learned what religion is and how to experience religion and what it's for. Now it's up to you. So she doesn't go to church, but she does understand what religion is, and she knows that she can explore any religion she wants and any non-religious aspect of spirituality, right? Yeah, might is right. I'm telling you, man. And that's what I want. I didn't want her to be programmed. I wanted her to be informed, right? Not saying that people who go to church are programmed. You can let yourself be programmed, but I'm not saying that people are. You know, you can get programmed at frickin' work, you get programmed at school, you get programmed in court, you get programmed at the doctor's office, you get programmed everywhere, right? If you allow it. If you allow these things to get into your head and change you to something other than what you were or what you wanted to be. So, yeah. I am actually tabling the idea of trying to find out what it would take to, because they're more accepting in church now, and my wife and I did not get married in a church because I am not of the church, and I would have had to go to meetings and get baptized and go to counselor and all of this stuff just to marry the woman that I want to marry, right? Because she's Catholic and I'm not. Well, now, several years ago, we talked to a pastor, and he's like, well, you know what? We don't do that anymore. You could get married to your wife in church, and then she would be able to do the churchly things, which she's not allowed to do because we're not married in the church, which is kind of ridiculous. So I was actually thinking, because we are in our 25th year of marriage, that it would be neat if we were to get married in the church, right? And I don't think I'm gonna. I used to think that I was gonna catch on fire walking into the church. Blasphemer. But I understand it probably better than most people who attend church. So I'm okay with it, right? I probably understand the church and religion better than some of the guys preaching in church or pastors, right? And it's just because I pay attention and I'm open-minded and willing to learn. So religion, good. Organized religions, 50-50. Not so great. I would prefer to just worship at home, and then take those lessons out into the community and into the world, right? And then even to church if it goes beyond that, right? So, I don't know. I don't know anymore. The world has got me so confused. People are out there saying one thing and then completely doing another. They're saying they swipe right and then they swipe left. They're acting different than the way they're showing themselves on social media. It's like, here's my social media self, and then here's what I'm doing in reality. Fuck you, I'm going to cut in front of you. Fuck you, sorry. Yeah, so it really confuses me going out into the world. It really does. And you try to talk to somebody, you try to find out what their reasoning is for doing what they're doing or acting that way. And all they can think of to do is, let's do it. Let's go right now, motherfucker. Come on. Let's go. And it's all those energy drinks. It's all of that hype. It's all of that social media bullshit that they feed themselves to make themselves bigger than they are. They start believing that hype, that bullshit. They take pictures of them standing next to this fucking fancy-ass car every time they go back. So they start to think that's their fucking car. And then the guy says, don't lean on my car taking pictures. And they want to beat the dude up. Fuck you, motherfucker. It's like, but dude, this is my car. You're in my yard. Go, fuck you. Come on, motherfucker. So, this world has just got me confused. And the superhero shit. Oh, man. It's unbelievable. How can you... How? How can you watch one of those fucking superhero movies and not be affected by seeing people falling out of a building as the building's collapsing down on a city street filled with more fucking people, right? But it's okay because the superhero is there to protect the rest of the people from this. Well, maybe not those, but he's going to protect, well, maybe not those either, but he's going to stop this bad guy eventually, right? After he wipes out 100,000 people in a fucking city with his stupid madness and his robots coming down to wipe out everybody. You know, we were watching last night. I was going to sleep and my wife was still awake, so I put on The Penguins of Madagascar, right? And in the first couple of minutes, a bird, sure, it's just a seagull, but a bird just gets completely devoured by a seal, a sea lion. And the sea lions just look vicious, mean, dark, a doll's eyes, dead eyes, right? And I'm like, wow, this is a kid's movie. And within the first 5 minutes, they've shown the parents unable to even look at their kids because they're so programmed into walking in a line together, right? Humans abusing the fact that these cuddly little creatures have no help from anybody. An animal gets eaten, right? The animals who eat they get blown up and destroyed. I mean, it's just, and that's just the first 5 minutes. And that's kid programming right there. And that leads them right up to watching a superhero movie. You know? Well, I want to watch Captain America. I want to be Captain America. Even, I'm sure Captain America's killing bad guys left and right and lopping heads off. But he's also not quick enough, right? I'm sure there's parts of the movie where he's not quick enough. Or people are just going to die in order to prove a point and to get you visceral about wanting to see Captain America kick ass, right? Oh, man. And people are okay with it. And parents take their kids to this shit and buy them costumes. And then wonder why. I wonder why my kid beat this guy to death for taking his candy bar, right? I wonder why. I wonder why the kids, were fighting and Big Brother accidentally snapped little sister's neck because they were playing pro wrestler, right? It happened. It's happening. Kids all the time are being sent to prison and tried as adults because they're doing adult things because they're seeing it happen right in front of them on TV and their parents are letting it happen. Even the video games. You learn all this violence in the video games, and what do? You take it out into the real world because for you, it's real. You're doing it so often, it's real. I remember playing a video game once and going to sleep and waking up in the middle of the night and seeing on the TV the video game that I had been playing acted out in real life with those characters, right, interacting with me on the screen. And I'm like, wait a second, and that's because I had been playing it for like hours and hours and days and weeks, and then tried to deprogram and tune myself off, and I couldn't. And my brain just would not turn it off because it was real, right? And there's a lot of kids out there who are growing up with this realism, that this is the real world, and the real world that they are living in is not, right? That's fucking scary right there. They don't even believe in reality. They believe so little in reality that they don't even believe that they have to be who they were born. And I'll leave it there. And what does that say about society? What does that say about parents? What does that say about humanism, transhumanism? What does that say about the way humanity is headed? Are we going to totally lose track of who we are as humans, as people, because society just won't allow us to be ourselves, and they keep us so ignorant and dumbed down that there's no way we're ever going to find ourselves, right? And they keep us distracted, and they keep throwing stimuli at us that sends us in the directions they want us to go. And all we have to do is find something that we like about a direction, and then we will be just ridden right down that path until we are that direction. We have no choice but to be that and live that, right? Because we give ourselves over to it. Every time you pick up that fucking phone and start swiping, you've given yourself over to it, right? Whether you watch one video or 100 videos or 1 minute or 100 minutes, right? Whether you watch that thing when you get up and you look at it in the morning and check your messages and then that's it, or whether you get up and you're on it all day until you put it down, which is most people nowadays. They get up and that phone is in their hand all fucking day long, all day and all night, at work, at play, with their kids. Go away, I'm on the phone. You know, whether they're talking or swiping or watching, whatever the fuck they're doing, you know. And there's just no getting around it, you know. Put it down. People don't want to put it down. They've either got it's the phone in one hand and an e-dick in one hand, the vaporizer, the e-dick, right? Sucking on that e-dick and jerking off that phone all day long. Sucking that e-dick and jerking that phone. That's all they do all fucking day long. I go out into the world and that's all I see. Most of the people out there, you see a couple of healthy individuals who are active, who are out there doing stuff, right? No phone anywhere to be found. And there they are. And most of the people, they don't even hold the hand of their spouse anymore because they got the phone in one hand and the e-dick in the other. Sucking the dick and fucking their brain. You know? Hey, see? Good. Go for a walk. I love it. Put that phone down, go for a walk. Don't even take it with you. Get out of here. Enjoy your walk. That's awesome. That's awesome sauce, baby. I told the girls, yeah, we got to do stuff a little more often, you know. My daughter and I go for drives because she's getting ready to take her driving test. But I'm like, you know what, we need to go to the park. We need to take the dogs, go to the park, hang out at the park, walk around, do stuff, play, swing, whatever. And get the dogs out and go actually do stuff, you know, in a safe place. Every weekend, try to get out and go walk around. Peace, brother. And just enjoy life. Enjoy each other's company, you know. Yeah, hear me now and think about me later. Well, it's 9 o'clock here, 9 a.m. That means it's noon over where WW is. And James and Susie and Joey over there. It's about lunchtime. So good morning and good afternoon and good night. Good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Tomorrow we're going to talk about the Civil War PBS documentary by Ken Burns. It's a whole series, so we're going to talk about that. Tonight at 4, a jury of her peers about a woman who is found with her dead husband and accused of his murder. And tomorrow we're going to watch A Class Divided at 4 o'clock, the 4 o'clock movie. A Class Divided is a frontline TV program about a teacher who decides to split her class up and teach them about discrimination. She gives them reasons to discriminate against other kids, and they have to follow suit. So, and so we get to see how kids react to being the discriminator and the discriminatee. So it's pretty interesting. So I can't wait to have that one up on the channel and get some comments on that. Wednesday we're going to listen to an episode of The Green Hornet. And then eventually I think we're going to fit The Green Hornet onto the channel at some point coming in. I made a huge printout of the Green Hornet's stuff, and it is 27 pages of this episodes of the Green Hornet, and it just gives me a date and an episode number, writer, actors, and then I actually have to come up with the title because the titles aren't on here. But Green Hornet, one of my favorite shows, it's actually a spin-off of The Lone Ranger, if you did not know that. Britt Reed of The Green Hornet is a distant relative of Dan Reed, The Lone Ranger. So there you have it, a little tidbit for you. And then Up in Smoke about the tobacco industry on Wednesday. On Thursday, we're going to talk about 8-tracks, and I'm going to bring over my 8-track carousel of K-Tel tapes and go through and dig up some more K-Tels, and we'll sit and talk about K-Tel and their gift of music to the world via compilation tapes and discs and LPs. And then Our Heritage is the 4 o'clock movie on Thursday. And it is about our American heritage and what it means to be an American in 1970 something. And then on Friday, it's my day, so we get to talk about after school special activities, things that we did after school, good, bad, indifferent. What did we do after school? Sometimes it was meeting kids who were coming from school because I wasn't in school. I'd ditch halfway through, and then, all right, we're going to meet after school someplace, and then there you go. And then the 4 o'clock movie on Friday is The Last Days of Living, and it is a educational film on the last days of living, visiting people who are in the middle of dying, and we're going to talk about them and their views about death and dying. One of my many educational films on the series Death and Dying, about mortality, being human. And that's the biggest thing about being human, is dying. We're born, we live, we die. There's no getting around it. Some are here for a short time, and others are here for way longer than you would imagine. But for the most part, we live within about 150 years. Right? There have been known cases of people living to 140 or more, and that's an educational film you can find. Just type in "to live to 140," and you'll get a film on that. But for the most part, middle age for most people is about 30. They say it's 50. Middle age 50. We don't live to 100. Mortality dictates that most of us live to about 60 to 80. So middle age for most of us is about 30 to 40, which seems like, wow, middle age. My middle age period was probably in my 30s, which is when I got married. I got married at about 30, 31. So I got married at middle age. We've had our daughter for 20 years. So, I'm an older father. I'm not the oldest father that I know. Well, I'm not the oldest guy that I know that has way younger kids than mine. That's heavy, to have kids when you're old. I thought I was doing something having, our daughter in my 30s, but for people who are having kids in their 40s and 50s and 60s, man, how do you keep up? I can't even keep up with life, let alone keeping up with another human. A small human just filled with energy, right? It was hard enough to do in my 30s and 40s. What are you going to do? Nothing, that's what. So my plan was just to kind of go on this morning until I heard the house kind of start to stir. I let my wife know last night. We were up till like midnight. I let her know, hey, sleep in. I'll just go long. I don't think we have anything going on today. It looks like it might be a little weathery. I heard a little bit of wind, and I think we might have some clouds. LA is supposed to get some rain today, so we might get a little of the tail end of that, or the beginning of that, as it leaves Los Angeles area. I'm hoping we get a little bit of weather. I'm not fond of the wind, but if it brings some rain, bring it on. I like the rain. I like our yard to get some rain. I like our yard to get saturated because of the dogs, right? I like a good rinsing, when the backyard gets soaked, I call it flushing the toilet. And there you go. And if it's going to be one of those days, I may go out there with the hose and just saturate the yard anyway and give it a hand. And there we go. All right, sounds like the house is awaken up. So I am going to get ready to sign off for today and play the end credits. I do hope that you will join me this evening for Minecrafting Monday. And tonight we are going to be doing Fortnite, because that's my daughter's big game right now is Fortnite. So she's going to share Fortnite with me and explain what it's all about, and run me through the game and a couple of levels or explore something so that I can find out what it's about. Next time we come back, we'll do it with somebody else like Joey or one of her friends, and or maybe actually do the tournament thing so we can show her battling a battle royale or something, right? All right, so here goes my last bong hit. I'm out of coffee. And I don't feel like using the bong. So there's that. All right, people. You know what to do, right? Gotta boot up my closing credits here. As usual, people. Y'all need to take care of each other. Come on, baby. There it is. Sometimes it doesn't want to. Just doesn't want to. Take care of each other, right? Spread peace and love, not bullshit. Do something for yourself. But do something for somebody else, too. Why? Because it makes you feel good, makes the world a better place, makes somebody else feel good, right? Oh, here we go. All right, people. Most especially stay weird, because if you ain't weird, ain't nobody gonna be weird for you. You gotta put in the effort. You gotta be weird. Take care of each other out there. Nowadays, that's weird. Give a shit. Look after somebody who nobody else looks after. That homeless guy, your neighbor, the kook that lives down the street. Say, hey, how you doing? Everything all right? Can I help you? Sometimes you want to run screaming, but it's worth the effort. You might actually turn somebody around, right? All right, you guys. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. I look forward to being back this evening. Hopefully everything will go as planned, and I'll see you then. All right? So, love you guys. Take care, and adios.